Okay, it's 6:30, so we're going to open this meeting of the Fairfax Town Council. We're at 46 Park Road here in Fairfax. It's, as I said, 6:30. And let's go ahead and those of you who would like to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please do so. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. So I think first off, we need to have a roll call.
Councilmember Egger.
Here.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
Mayor Blash.
Here.
Okay, I think our next item up is to approve the agenda. And I did want to note that because of a number of requests, I'd like to make a change to the agenda, and then we can vote on that, which is to take one item off of consent, which is the goals, the council goals, and
It's item 3E.
that's, 3E. So if we could put that as number 3 on the agenda and then see if that's acceptable to the rest of the council, that would be great.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with that change.
Second.
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Great, thank you. Okay. We are now going to read the land acknowledgement and meeting protocol. So land acknowledgement, the Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. So the meeting protocol, the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to facilitate the conduct of the people's business and encourage civil engagement in town council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. So we ask that you turn off all your cellular phones or, put them on quiet mode. Shouting, clapping, booing, stomping, or other disruptive behavior during public comment or council deliberation is discouraged in order to provide a respectful and comfortable environment for all residents to express their point of view. Clapping is acceptable, of course, for items such as police pinnings, proclamations, welcoming new staff and council members, and other celebratory announcements. So the town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. And since there are some new faces tonight, I just want to explain a little bit about what we're going to do at tonight's meeting. We will have open time for public expression in a minute or two, and that is for items that are not on the agenda. Then we will move on to our regular agenda. So if you want to speak on something that is on the agenda, you will have to wait until then until we can hear that item. At that point, you will also have 2 minutes for that. And then finally, we'll get to our consent calendar, and that's for general items not usually requiring council discussion. They are passed with one vote, and the public gets 2 minutes to speak on the entire consent calendar. So that will be later in the meeting. I just wanted to reiterate, because I think there's been some misunderstanding, that this is a town council meeting and not a town hall meeting. It'd be nice to do some town hall meetings too, but a town council meeting is a business meeting of the town council. And it's really the only time the town council can meet as a group to deliberate about policies that impact our town, except for very rare other occasions. So it's extremely important for the town council members to have plenty of time to discuss agenda items and come to a good decision, without too much disruption. I know people sometimes say, why does the council talk so much? Well, this is the one time we're allowed to meet in the public eye, and so we need that time to be able to make good policy. And I want to say we welcome and honor everyone's participation. And, just remember that a comment is something that we take very seriously, and we take it into account in our deliberations, but a comment is not a vote. There are thousands of people in Fairfax, and we need to represent them all, whether they attend meetings or not. So now I'm going to move to the open time for public expression. So this is usually up to 30 minutes. This is a time to address the council on matters not on the agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the rights of the council to discuss any unagendized items. That means we can't do a back and forth with you, unfortunately. If there are still raised hands after 30 minutes, open time will be continued to the end of the agenda. So I'm going to start open time, and if you want to step up to the microphone and turn on the button so you can see the little red light.
Hi, I'm Michael Rosenthal. I lived in the Cascades since 1983. My wife and I watched the council meeting a month ago, and we were appalled by the abuse directed at Mayor Blash, Vice Mayor Hellman, and Council Member Kohler. We felt we had to come to this meeting and show our support and appreciation for these three thoughtful and hardworking public servants. I know there are other Fairfax residents who are here for the same reason, and I'd like to ask them to come stand with us. Literally. We oppose the deeply misguided effort to recall Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman. I urge everyone watching, do not sign any recall petitions. I believe a recall should only be initiated if an elected official is grossly violating his or her office. That is clearly not the case here. This is a tactic right out of the MAGA playbook. If you don't like the results of an election, try to subvert them. And some of the arguments against our councilwomen involve very twisted logic. For instance, opponents are trying to use the fact that Fairfax's roads are considered the worst in the county as an issue against the three women on the council. But it was the complainers, as well as the two male council members, who opposed Measure J, the bond measure that would have addressed the problem. Meanwhile, council members Blash, Hellman, and Kohler all supported Measure J, as did 62% of Fairfax voters. Unfortunately, since it was a bond measure, it needed 2/3 majority to pass, so it didn't quite make that. We need all three women to remain as voices of reason on the council. Please oppose the recall, refuse to sign the petitions, and tell your friends and neighbors to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll let people clear out, and then we'll have the next speaker. Okay, if you'd like to go ahead. And you can also pull the microphone down if you like, and then press the button so you see the red light.
Hi there. My name is Marlene Rogo. I live in the Cascades. I haven't been in front of a microphone since my wedding day over 20 years ago at Deer Park Villa. That's just one of many great memories I have of living in Fairfax. I love going to the festival, watching the Halloween parade while having dinner outside at Fratellizio's, spending a warm summer evening chatting with people while we wait in line for ice cream at the Scoop, checking out what Polly has put in her window at the variety store, spending New Year's Eve downtown watching one spectacle or another, strolling from merchant to merchant during the art walk, or shopping at the farmer's market, and going to events at our fantastic public library. I love our town, and I don't want to live anywhere else. I have some great neighbors who check on each other, watch each other's kids, help each other out, and welcome newcomers. It's not a complete love fest, and we have our differences of opinion. But I am absolutely certain that if a fire or an earthquake occurs, people will see beyond the small stuff, and everyone will work together to do what needs to be done for the greater good, for our shared sense of humanity. A recall election would only harm our town, draining financial and staffing resources, creating divisiveness, spreading fear, and fanning rumors. Fairfax doesn't need saving from some evil force at work behind the scenes. That only exists within the toxic, alarmist world of Nextdoor and Facebook. Democracy is a process, one that requires patience and maturity. Let the voters decide who they want in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. You have a protocol for when one can speak. I waited for the consent calendar at the last meeting so that I could get a question about the financial report. I wanted to know what was happening with $250,000 of taxpayer dollars on the Climate Action Committee. I asked that question not once. I asked that question twice because the item was pulled. The protocol has been that if you have a question, the council member or mayor writes it down and then seeks to get answers. The finance director, as he is tonight, is sitting right there. You refuse to ask my question. It's a violation of my civil rights, and it's a violation of the meaning of the Brown Act to remind the council and other public figures that you work for the people. I followed the protocol. I asked the question. I waited till the other questions and other items were discussed, and I was waiting for my answer, and you refused to ask it. That's a violation of the law. The attorney doesn't say anything. The town manager doesn't say anything. So I printed this out, and I still, looking at where this money is going, have no idea where this money is going. None of the figures jive with what I've been told by the council in the past. So I'll wait to get into those details as protocol dictates.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Rick Hamer, Fairfax. First, I'd like to say thank you, Mike, for serving on the town council. Thank you, Barbara, for serving on the town council. Thank you, Liesl, for serving on the town council. Thank you, Stephanie, for serving on the town council. Thank you, Frank, for serving on the town council. There are a few things I want to bring up here. Is one of the consent items, item number 2 on the November 19th calendar, okay, was taken out of consent and heard separately, and as a result of being heard separately, it was continued allegedly to the next meeting, but that never occurred. It was never heard over again, which means our policy, our rule and procedure manual, which is where the 3-vote requirement is memorialized in order to put something on the agenda, has never been approved by the town council. There's another item that was on the consent calendar, actually a separate item, which was about a quorum, but that's not the same item. I would really like to implore that the town council put this on the next possible meeting, because it's very important that we hear what the opinions are from all council members, and it shouldn't take a 3-vote majority to do this. The second thing is that we appointed a town clerk and a town treasurer during the last meeting, but it's not on the agenda to swear them into office. When are those officers going to be sworn into office? That was supposed to happen at the next meeting. This is the next meeting. Another thing is that the sidewalks and the garbage collection on Bolinas Road and Dominga occur, and when the garbage cans are out there and strewn all over the place, people have to walk on the street,
you.
and it's in the
Can you-
pavement's in rough condition.
Thank you. Yeah, and if you could send that as an email, that would be really helpful so we can address it. Next, please.
Good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. My name is Dan Howard, and this is my wife, Sandy. Born and raised in Fairfax. I was born and raised in San Anselmo. And we're here tonight to let the town council know that we're strongly opposed to any recall effort that would seek to replace Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman on the Fairfax Town Council. It seems to us that organizing a recall election at this point is not warranted. We feel like Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman are doing a good job, and that initiating a recall election at this point would be a waste of valuable time and money that could be spent addressing critical issues in the town. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, dear Town Council. My name is Patrick Costello. I'm a recent resident of Fairfax and former member of the Climate Action Committee. I am here to support Council members Liesl Blasch and Stephanie Hellman for the excellent, difficult, and important work they do and have done for Fairfax. I can't imagine people in good faith trying to recall them, and I find it disgraceful and shameful to hear people attacking them and questioning their motivations. I commend them for always showing up to help the Town Council respond to the town's needs. I know their sole motivation is making sure Fairfax is a great place to live now and in the future. They both deserve our thanks for taking on the hard, selfless work serving on the Town Council requires. I also want to express my appreciation for all current and former Climate Action Committee members, especially Jody Timms for her indefatigable leadership and Bruce Ackerman for his many contributions over the years to the town of Fairfax. It makes no sense to question whether Fairfax should move ahead expeditiously on home and vehicle electrification, development of resilience through microgrids and other practical steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Doing so is very much like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. You may choose to ignore the climate crisis, but it assuredly will not ignore you.
Thank you. And make sure that if it's something that's on the agenda, that it's something we address later. Thank you.
Okay. In other words, what talking about the Climate Action Committee is...
Okay. No, I just wasn't sure if you were addressing the council goals or you're just talking about the Climate Action Committee. So if it's just Climate Action Committee, that's great. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
There are few things more important than taking prudent actions to mitigate and adapt to the crisis of global warming that we are witnessing locally and around the world. Extreme weather events, extended droughts, insane deluges, monstrous fires, sea level rise, and the melting of glaciers and polar ice are just a few of the impacts that are rapidly increasing. Right now, there are areas in Marin County where the land is subsiding at the rate of almost a half an inch per year, which multiplies the impacts of sea level rise. In closing, I ask the entire community to come to its senses, treat each other with respect, and work together to find solutions to our pressing challenges.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, Town Council, Neil Kraus. I'm not used to addressing people in speeches, so I've written something out, but I've lived in Fairfax for 40 years, since 84, and I've been a part of various volunteer committees, continue to be volunteering with the food bank and with Sustainable Fairfax for many years. I've worked with Stephanie and Liesl and Barbara over these years, and I can attest to their integrity and their intelligence and their values. When it comes to serving and protecting this town and our environment, they have been excellent, and it's been an honor for me to work with them and to see them on the town council. Their hearts are in, and their intentions are in the right place. They've been able to make tough decisions. These decisions that come before the town are difficult. They have values on both for and against, and at some point you have to make the tough decisions, and they make them for all of us and for the benefit of all of us. I'm against the idea of a recall election because people may not care about how they vote. I am for a recall election for officials who have shown malfeasance and who have broken the law. But that is not the case here, and I am against the idea of any kind of a recall. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Jack Judkins. I am here with my wife, Sandy, and we are here to express our view that we think a recall election would be a terrible mistake. I also have lived in the town of Fairfax for 36 years. I've been deeply engaged in many different aspects of the town as a volunteer. I continue to serve on the Open Space Committee. And while I haven't agreed with every person who is now sitting before you on the council dais, I've worked with every single one of them. And the three women, and the two in particular who are subject to this potential recall, always have worked hard, have had the best interests of the town in mind when they do their job. And if anybody has ever sat on a council or a board, a body like it, knows what a hard job it is. And they have done nothing that would warrant a recall election. I'm fully in support of everybody up there. This is a job that shouldn't personalize things. It's a job that should take the issues as they come and do your best to resolve them. And I think everybody up there should strive to do that. And I know that Mayor Blash and Councilmember Hellman have done just that. So I and my wife are fully opposed to a recall election.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ling Bell, I'm also a longtime Fairfax resident, and I wanted to call to your attention that there is a rat infestation downtown. The rats are getting totally out of control, and so I'm asking that you give directions to the staff to contact the appropriate office, county office, to start dealing with this problem, because as we all know, rats multiply at a very quick rate, and it's getting really out of hand. There's so many rats that they eat everything. They eat everything in sight, and it's really getting a little bit scary. So I would like you to please take some action on that. I think it's at the county level that there's an office for, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure that somebody in the staff knows which office to contact, but that would be needed. That's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And just wanted to mention before we get to the next person, who should she contact about this, or is there a place to go?
Marin County Vector Control is the contact, and I can reach out to you and email you that.
I don't think it's up to me to contact them, because I think it's up to the town, because they would take it more seriously if somebody from the town contacts them. Isn't it so?
No, but I'm happy to contact them for you, but they'll want specifics and they'll want to be able to contact you. So if that's okay, I would give them your contact information, if that's all right.
Okay, so then do you have my contact information, or?
Yeah.
Oh, you
Good.
yeah, my
Okay.
husband.
I have-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Great.
we can do it that way. But you should contact them also, I think, so that it's more official or something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Next, please.
Hi, my name's Todd Greenberg. How's the audio up there? Has the audio been fixed yet? I've put in numerous requests and spoken with the person conducting audio. Apparently it's too loud up there sometimes. How's this sound? Sound okay? All right. I'd like to start off with a fire safety issue before Fairfax burns down. I have spoken back in June to the Ross Valley Fire Protection Board, which Councilwoman Hellman and at the time Chance Catrano sat on. I asked at that time, I spoke with fire safety officials beforehand. They asked that I come speak because most of the time public don't speak then. Councilwoman Hellman disparaged me when I walked up and said, "What are you doing here? You just don't stop, do you?" When I tried to speak with then Mayor Kohler regarding fire safety at Ember Stomp, Mayor Kohler said, "Go away. I don't want to talk with you," in front of Mark Brown, who's one of the main fire safety officials in Marin County. Barbara Kohler is now on multiple fire boards. I'm concerned about fire safety here in Fairfax. I'm not sure if everybody's tuned in because there's a big news cycle going on, but Governor Gavin Newsom just declared a state of emergency on Saturday for brush clearance ahead of peak fire season, but months too late to save the devastated communities of Los Angeles from the Palisades and Eden fires. As per Governor Gavin Newsom's state of emergency order related to extreme fire dangers, I call on the Town Council of Fairfax to take corresponding emergency action and suspend or repeal Ordinance 867 so that gas-powered garden equipment can be
Thank you
used
very much.
immediately to
We need to
mitigate
get to
fire
the next
hazards
speaker,
and
please.
clean property in Fairfax, California.
Thank you. And if you could actually send that, that would be really helpful. Thanks so much. Next, please.
Good evening, Council. Sean Fitzgerald, Fairfax Park. Just wanted to give an update on some of the campers that had been living in Contrati Field. I talked with Joey on the regular. He just wanted to give a really big shout out and thank you to Fairfax. He's doing really well. He's completely cleaned up. He's got his ID finally, working on getting a job, and his next stop is to get himself back to Puerto Rico, where he's going to work as a scuba diver. Also run into another camper, Bob, fairly regularly, and he's housed. He's indoor. He lives nearby, doing really well. And it's just interesting, one of the prior speakers was mentioning rats. When we moved Bob, he had rat traps there, which weren't working, and we found out why when we lifted his tent. The rats in there were like the size of small dogs. They were not even able to get inside. They were huge. They like hopped away. So there's definitely, a rat infestation. He was pretty shocked to see how big they were living on that. But that all just alludes to where we want to go with trying to help the people that are living unsheltered. And it's come to my mind that it's not compassion to let people live outdoors. It's really a hellscape everywhere that they're sleeping outdoors. And so we've come together. I provided a presentation, I think 2 meetings ago, on a concept called Compassion City. And we're really moving forward with it. Mike Garanghelli has helped me get some meetings with county supervisors and other business leaders in town, and everyone agrees encampments are absolutely not the path anymore. This idea is to get all 600 of Marin's homeless into one centralized place where we give them humanitarian aid. We give them shelter in the form of tiny homes, permanent supportive housing, medical facilities for the mentally ill, drug rehab, life rehabilitation plans, social reconditioning, transitional housing, and do it all in one. They've done it successfully in Texas, called Haven for Hope, and they've done another one successfully called Mobile Loaves and Fishes. They've done it for about $130,000 per person all in. Granted, that's Texas, right? It's not apples to apples. But they do offer training. People can fly out there, learn how they develop those cities, and map it over. So I hope to get this council's support on doing that, so we can present it on to other cities and counties. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Kip Shaw. I've spoken to council a few times in the past. I was here last April, I believe it was, for the first time. And I got up and spoke when there were some situations with the unhoused at the encampment at our ball field at Contrati Park. You may or may not remember me. I came back again when we had one of the young gentlemen that was playing fall ball had an incident occur where one of the unhoused people jumped over the fence. He was pretty traumatized, and it took him a lot to get up here, and he spoke to you guys at the town council, actually wrote a letter about how it made him feel. Well, through a lot of encouragement and a lot of good coaching and good parent involvement, that child came back out and played again and is playing this spring. One of my sons happens to be on the same team with him, and I'm supporting the recall, and a lot of the people that I know in the Little League community are supporting the recall because this has been going on for over 1.5 years now. Many of our kids have been traumatized. We had the no camping ordinance, then there's this litigation thing going on. It just seems like there keeps being things put in the way and action is not being taken. Just about 1.5 weeks ago, I know you guys have been emailed from my friend Butch, who is the field manager for West Marin Little League at Contrati Park. He had to stop the practice that my son was at because there was belligerent yelling and screaming profanity. There's been other practices where there's pot smoke wafting out in the outfield where our kids are all playing and they're complaining about it. I mean, for the kids to be like, hey, what is this? What's this smoke coming over here? It's just egregious. And I feel like there's been just non-action, and maybe there's even some complicitness. I don't know. But I think it's high time that change comes and we protect our children in this community.
Thank you. And I was wondering if Town Manager Abrams or Town Attorney Colson could kind of give the update that we have on what's going on with that. I mean, when the implementation. The implementation date, or what we know about it.
Well, the ordinance is in effect. We have a temporary restraining order preliminary injunction that was filed. It is in federal district court, and we've had one hearing before the judge. Dates were set. There's a hearing date set for March 18th. On the preliminary injunction. We are not enforcing until that March 18th date. This week, we learned that there may be a delay to that. We do not know yet. We are filing a response requested by the court on Friday concerning a short continuance of that March 18th hearing date. So we'll know more next week.
Janet, just to clarify, the judge requested we not enforce the anti-camping ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Until March
18th.
18th. So we are not permitted to enforce the anti-camping ordinance per the judge.
Thank you. And I wanted to just clarify that because I know it's of great importance to a number of people in the community. We try to do a lot of back and forth, but that's something that staff could answer. So I'm going to take us back to our open time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive. I'm speaking tonight to register my dissatisfaction about a number of issues. First, a recall of our mayor and vice mayor. All of you, council members, were fairly and democratically elected. Recalls should be reserved for electeds who are not doing their job or acting negligently, not just because one doesn't like their particular politics. Now, maybe some folks feel that way about our mayor and vice mayor, much the same way I feel about a council member who apparently has taken a page from the Trump-Musk playbook and would like to fire some of our town employees, drastically cut our budget by 30%, eliminate initiatives and programs referencing DEI and climate initiatives, and that's clearly negligent in my book. These kinds of actions would have dire consequences for this town, but perhaps some folks just don't care. I've reached out to this council member and got no response. But I have a very hard time believing that there are people who really doubt climate science and extreme weather events, given that it's a matter of physics and not politics, and living in some alternate reality isn't really going to change that. Well, I guess some of us always have the option of recalling other council members. In my opinion, we have a number of poorly behaving members in our community that turn these meetings into an extremely toxic environment that don't invite participation. They repeatedly trash council members and staff, speak out of turn, and yell about the budget, but now are quite eager to spend $60,000 of our limited taxpayer resources for a recall. I'm glad that we value civility and engagement and promoting a welcoming environment. That would be a really nice thing for us to have here. So thank you very much for the hard work of governing.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Deb London. I have to commend Kip on your bravery for supporting the recall. In regard to that, I would agree with him. I think it's kind of disingenuous it's great to see new faces here, but to come rushing in all of a sudden and form this cold, hard fast opinion of what's been going on here in the town council meetings is not correct. In order for anyone to have a balanced view of what's been going on in town, you would have had to have been in these town council meetings over the past 3 years, every month. And honestly, there's a lot of new faces here that have never sat through and hadn't endured what's gone on, especially the rent control, the paralyzing rent control debacle. And we could heap a whole lot of stuff on there. I haven't read the recall thingies, but I'm sure they're not that far off base. I'm sure they're correct. And so I have to say I probably do support the recall. So, I just urge all these new faces to come on down every month, and you should have been here over the last 2.5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mallory Gottheim. Deborah said half of what I was going to say. And I think the people who showed up today, I haven't seen either. And I think they were herded to get here. And I don't think it was really fair. Most of us who come all the time don't get respected. We don't get listened to if we don't agree with now the women council members. And I think when you want to talk about what happens at meetings, show up at meetings and see what's going on. It's been really difficult and it's very frustrating, and people do get angry when they don't get respected or listened to. And I would like, if you don't get recalled, then you change how you deal with the people here and start being in line with people's, you're the representatives, and you're not representing everybody, except you use an excuse, say, well, everybody's not here, so we're going to vote the way we want. We think the other people are going to agree with us. But the people who show up here really, really care for the town, as much as I'm sure you do, but we just have a different way of dealing with it. And I would like to be heard, and I would like to be respected, and I would like you to listen to the people here, and remember that you're the representatives, you're not the oligarchs.
Thank you. And we'll take one more comment, and then I think we've hit about 30 minutes. So, excuse me? Oh, and we have to go to Zoom. Okay. So let's do this, and then we're going to go to Zoom. And I guess I see one more person standing up.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Michael McIntosh. I do appreciate all the new faces that have come down here. And I think what Deb and Mallory said is really valuable, because without coming down here all the time and listening to the comments and taking the time to read the agenda and the staff reports, people really don't have the opportunity to understand. And although recall is harsh, and sometimes maybe it's kind of like a wake-up call, an opportunity to change things, what it really says is a group of people feel that they have not been represented. And I mean, we have heard comments about you can't listen to the 90%, comments about I don't listen to a white man or white male. And these things are very offensive to a great majority of people. I don't care how you look at it, bigotry is bigotry. And so what a recall does, it allows everybody in a democratic process to come forward and say, I think this person should or should not be recalled. It gives everybody an opportunity to think about that position and come to a new place to restart their thinking and hopefully become more engaged. Because I do think that if more people would come down here all the time, yes, there might be a different opinion with some of the new faces, but I think we would build our community. And I think that the less opaqueness from the council will again encourage the community to participate and be a part of the decisions. And that's really all the people want to do. They want to say that you're representing us, we've been heard, and I hope you make a good decision, but we don't always feel very heard. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Town Clerk, can you tell us how long we've been going for?
About 32 minutes.
Okay. I just want to make sure the
There
last
are
two people are the last
4 speakers on Zoom.
Okay. You know, I'm just going to let it go a little longer because it seems like we can do 6 people and then we can move on.
I'm Jean Ida, and I live on Cascade Drive. I wasn't planning to speak, but I feel personally that I'm one of the people who hasn't been coming to these meetings for the past 3 years. However, there are a lot of us who follow on television. We don't all have the time to come and spend hours here. I've come to many, many town council meetings in the 25 years I've lived here. I would say we spent 3 to 5 years on Victory Village, where I worked directly with Liesel. She was incredible, helping us to the church, because of our aging population, our aging congregation, wanted to turn the property over for affordable housing. And I do not think it would have come to pass if it hadn't been for Liesel and her work with the community, gathering support. I know Liesel to be knowledgeable. She does a lot of research. She listens. She's very thoughtful. And I think it would be a shame to subvert the democratic process. There's an election next year. So anyway, we can't all come. and spend 3 hours here on Wednesday, once a month. And I just want to speak up for those people. We still follow what's happening in the town.
Thank you. So this is the last comment in the room, and then we'll move to Zoom. Thank you.
I wasn't planning on speaking either, but I just wanted to echo that sentiment. This is my first time at a town council meeting. I lived here for about 8 years, and I just wanted to say that I hope more people are welcome to be here. And I guess I'm sorry for not attending all the town meetings over the past since forever, but it is weird to come in here and have 4 people come up and say that you shouldn't be here if you haven't been here before. I think we can all agree that's kind of odd. We're all neighbors, and you guys are all welcome here in my book, and I hope I'm welcome as well, even though it's my first time. I'm interested in the process. I'm interested in learning from you guys. I'm interested in finding out more about the issues. I have no agenda here. I just want to learn and see what this is all about. I'm just curious. So I hope we can all treat each other like neighbors and welcome new faces. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move to Zoom, and then we'll move on.
The first speaker is Susan, followed by Janet. Susan, you are unmuted. You just have to unmute yourself, Susan.
There we go. Okay. My name is Susan Malloy. I live at Bennett House in Fairfax, and I have been coming to the last 3 years of meetings, except that I had a traumatic injury in July, and I've been in the hospital pretty much since then. But I'm here on Zoom because I think this is really important. I'm reading, speaking in support of council members Stephanie and Liesel. There's now a move to recall them from their positions, and I think that would be a big loss for our town. They're very fine public servants. Even though I think the opposition will just not let go of their resentment of those who work to support just housing policies for low and moderate income residents like myself. Even though 2 progressive council members were defeated last November, the opposition seems determined to have a winner-take-all approach. They have used false information as a Trojan horse to stir up anger against these and earlier council members. And they did the same thing during the buildup to November's election. Then it was the threat to our children because of homeless encampments. Now they're claiming that the current council prevents fair agenda setting. In both cases, we can collaborate to make positive change. We don't have to throw out our elected leadership. Let's be better, Fairfax. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next.
The next speaker is Janet, followed by Jane. Janet, you are unmuted. You can unmute yourself now.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Janet Turner. I've lived in Fairfax for 13 years. Please, neighbors, don't assume if we can't be there in person, it's because we're lazy or we don't care. We might be working long hours. We might have long commutes. I'm currently disabled. I do care. So please don't demean me in that way. I'm here to express appreciation for Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman. I oppose any recall. Be careful what you sign around town. To all of our esteemed town council members, I'd like to remind all of us of something. I got these numbers yesterday from the elections data guy at our county elections department. The November 5th, 2024 presidential general election, 5,200 of us voted for president. Thank you for those who were able to do that. Of that, only 481 of us, less than 500 of us, voted for Donald Trump. Less than 10% of us. Any attempts to make any part of his agenda part of our town government goes against the will of the people in this town. I ask you respectfully, please keep that in mind tonight and going forward. Thank you for listening to me. Peace out.
Okay. And I think we just have 2 people, right? I'm going to cut it off after 2. So we'll do
We
the 2.
have 3 more speakers on the line.
Okay. This could go on all night. I think after the third person, we just have to
Okay,
cut this
I'm
off.
gonna
Thank
make-
you. Usually I would cut it off, but I thought people were going to go and then it just kind of keeps snowballing. So, okay.
Okay. The next speaker is Jane, followed by Kay, and then PJ. Jane, you are unmuted.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, good. All right. Thank you. I'll try to speak quickly. I am in support of the recall. It's not that anybody is bashing the people who don't come or don't show up or don't speak. That's not the case. It's more the case that those of us who do feel disrespected and nothing that we ever mention or ask for to be addressed ever see it just seems to evaporate and go away. There are lots more reasons and they will come out. I'm not going to go into it right now, but one of them is like even tonight, somebody asked for help with rats and they were told to take care of it themselves. How absurd. That's one. And two, I really feel like there was no support whatsoever from the council for the people who stepped up and did things to deal with the homeless situation. I personally accidentally came across Barbara Kohler and Lisa Wash in the downtown park after I first saw the homeless encampment, and I was shocked and horrified. And I said, "What's happening with this?" And I was told by Lisa, she's working on it. Well, they were working on it for years, and finally, a citizen stepped up and did something, and they're still doing something, and they're looking for support, and I hope they get it finally from the town council. I also. Basically, that's the big thing. But it does seem like it's not that everybody's complaining or having a fit because we didn't get our way. I mean, yes, we got two people on the council that we wanted, those of us who are wanting the recall, but it seems like the other three lock arms and prevent any change. It's like they have the majority. They even went so far as to make a thing where you have to have a majority to get something on the agenda. That's not democracy. That's not fair. I don't think it's good at all. And those are just some of the reasons. So, and let's not get into Trump bashing and say that anybody on the council was supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, please.
The next speaker is Kay, followed by PJ. Kay, you are unmuted.
Hi Fairfax. Hi everyone. I'd like to begin with I am a lifelong Democrat. I am not a MAGA. I've spent my whole life in this community and serving this community as a grocery store worker and a nurse. I've never given any false information. I am terrified about School Street. I say it every single meeting. 243 units in School Street. People are going to die. People are going to die. What more do you need? We can't get out of here. Seniors cannot find parking. They can't walk far. They can't find parking. Increases social isolation, and we have greenhouse gases with the traffic. You created this, Stephanie and Lizel and Barbara. This was your plan. I know the state said you have to make a plan, but this is the plan you chose. As far as the agenda, 4 months ago, I'm 3 months ago, so it'll be 4 months next month. You voted to put becoming a charter city on the agenda. It took Sausalito 30 days. I mean, they did it the next meeting. You guys still have not put it on the agenda. Brickhammer, thank you so much for paying attention. And the rent control ordinance that you attacked people who rented out rooms or had ADUs and not corporate landlords are all mistakes you have made and caused great harm. And that is why I support the recall. I really like you, Lizel. I know you're a good person, but you cannot have, you just are not doing accountability and you can't see what you guys have done or what you're doing. And that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think we have one more person. I was wondering if Town Manager Abrams, you can inform us about what's going on with the Charter City discussion. I know, but I'm going to answer that question first. And to PJ.
Sure. I actually had planned as part of my manager's update to let you know, among other things, that we're collecting information about the various charter city efforts throughout California and background information so that we could bring you a informational discussion item for April.
Okay, thank you. And let's move on to PJ, and then we've got to move on.
PJ, you are unmuted. PJ's here. Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I just want to say I agree with everybody who is opposed to the shutting down of the two current council members who received the highest percentage of the votes in their election, Stephanie Hellman and Liesl Blash. Of the 5 elected council members up there, they are the ones who received the highest percentage. I don't know why we would just throw out the results of half of the elections we have for town council members. Like, the Congress has no say, as we're seeing that sort of logic, as if each election, only the most recent one counts. It's bizarre. As for, the people coming here or not, I understand Fairfax is an older community, but I think we can all agree that this room is not really reflective of the demographics of our town. And I think it's not surprising that meetings that start usually at 6:30 on a weeknight don't have very many parents or people that are, not yet approaching retirement age. Plus, there's plenty of people who watch on Zoom or on Marin TV, and those are great services, and they're there for a reason. I think it's ironic to bring up rent control with respect to the fact that people are just showing up now because the complaint of the people who opposed rent control was that they didn't go to the year's worth of meetings about it beforehand, and so should have a say. Now it's the opposite logic. It's pretty ridiculous. And before we keep throwing town resources at the encampment litigation, given there was just another federal district court judge in the Bay Area who instituted an injunction against the sweep today, I think we should
Thank you.
wait and see how that's resolved.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the regular agenda. Usually I would kind of cut people off, but it just seemed like a lot of people wanted to speak. It was a little awkward. So let's go ahead and move on to the regular agenda. And at this point, we are going to have our discussion, I believe, about the budget.
Can I just mention something briefly? I don't want to take away from, there were folks here who spoke to people who tragically in the hospital for months, people who work, people who have children, working long hours, have kids, have other responsibilities. We're fortunate in some ways that COVID brought us Zoom. So it allows more people participation through Zoom, as well as Marin TV, which has been there for many years. People participate in their own ways, and they may not come to a meeting, but they may be following things that are of interest to them. So we should not demean the fact that everybody isn't sitting here for a 6-hour meeting. Some of us have different schedules and different time. So I think we need to be sort of inclusive about that and realize there are 75 people here in Fairfax, and many of those people are participating in the ways that they can, which may be different than those of you who have the ability to come to meetings. And we appreciate that. Thank you.
Right, so we're going to move on now to thank you very much, the regular agenda, which is discussing the mid-year budget review report. So thank you, everybody who contributed.
Through the mayor, if I may. So I just want to introduce Michael Vivret. He's our finance director and a CPA, as you know, and also remind us all that this is the current fiscal year mid-year budget review. So we are right in the middle of a fiscal year, and we're going to hear more about that.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Tonight I'm presenting the annual mid-year budget report for the current fiscal year, which runs from July of last year to June that's coming up. Last May, the town adopted a budget for this current fiscal year. And although that budget covers 22 different funds that we have within the city, this report focuses on just primarily the general funds group and some capital improvement funds. Next slide. You got it. Okay, good. The general funds, which consists of the 7 funds that are up on the screen there, started the current fiscal year, or started the current year with an estimated fund balance of about $5,350,400. That represents about 41% of the prior year expenditures, which is the basis for establishing the reserve policy that the council has. In other words, that fund balance over the expenditures they had the prior year is 41%. And so that is the base, that is what our beginning balance is. In the council actions that we took, we decided that it was prudent to have a fiscal reserve of at least 25%. During the fiscal year budget that we have here, we estimated that the revenues would be about $12,100,000. That net transfers in, which is another source of funds, would be about $800,000, and that we would have appropriations, which is another word for future expenditures, that would be about $14,500,000. And that number is higher than it would normally be because it reflects council commitment to providing funds for CIP for roads and other one-time expenditures. The difference then is made up from surplus revenues that we collected in prior years, which make up the beginning fund balance of $5 million. And this gives us our projected ending reserve percentage of 25.8%, which is above the required 25%. Those are noted in yellow up on the screen. Next slide. So this slide shows the makeup of the revenues which we budgeted for this year in the general funds. As you can see in blue, over half of our revenues come from property taxes. Property taxes are collected from the residents, from businesses, property owners in town, and we get about 15 to 20% of the revenues that are collected. So when you pay your property tax bill, about 15 to 20% of that is coming back to the town as a source of revenues. The next 2 items up there are sales taxes, and sales taxes make up about 14.1% of the revenues that the town collects. We have 2 main streams of property taxes. One is the Bradley Burns tax, which is the 1% of sales, and we also voted Measure C, Special District Tax, which is a 3/4 cent sales tax. It covers a different base because somebody from Fairfax can buy a car in San Rafael, and we collect sales tax on that. Whereas with the Bradley Burns, we don't collect any. So there's not a direct relationship between the two. There are differences between those. The town gets about 19.5% of the sales taxes that are collected. So when you pay a sales tax down at Fratellicios for dinner, of that $100, the town would get about 19.5% of what the sales tax that's collected there would be. We also have there on the chart Measure F funds. Measure F is our special purpose tax, which is
basically a couple of $100 per house or business, and that brings in about 5% of our revenues. We have down towards the bottom there charges for services, which includes revenues that we collect for contractual dispatch services that the town provides to the town of Ross, College of Marin, and agencies that use our dispatchers for their different needs. We also, that's about $139,000 that we collect each year. We also have building department revenues of about $750,000 and recreation fees of about $50,000 in charges for services. We also up here have other revenue sources for utility user tax, which is the 4% that is charged on utility user tax for telecom and electric and gas services. We have franchise fees, which we collect from PG&E, cable companies, and the garbage company. We have other revenues also up there, which you can see are interest and rent income, and we have state and other agency monies that are provided, including anticipated revenues for grants. And finally, there's the slice of the pie at the bottom, which represents in red the drawdown that we have of the surplus revenues from prior years or fund balance. And that's primarily to provide the one-time expenditures for capital projects and services. Next slide, please. So this slide represents the appropriations that we passed in our budget back in May, which include, which primarily, as you can see from the red and the blue pie pieces, primarily go to public safety services, basically police and fire. And there's about 55.5% of the monies that, of the expenditures that we have are for public safety. We also have about 9.2% of our budget, which goes to public works for street maintenance, park maintenance, public works administration. We have about 9.5% of our budget, which goes for planning and building services. After that, we have general administration expenses, which I think we've got 8.7% of our budget for that. That's town manager, the finance department, town clerk, and personnel services. The last big one that we have there is for our non-departmental, which represents about 7.7% of our anticipated expenses. And this covers town property and workers' comp insurance, assessments for county programs like animal services, et cetera, and contributions to our CERBT fund at CalPERS to help offset expenses for future retirees. Next slide. So with that as a base, I'd like to report then that for the mid-year budget, our general fund revenues are projected to exceed budget this year by about $512,000 or 3.9%. So our revenues are coming in higher than what we budgeted. In addition, we have general fund expenditures, which are projected to be under budget this year by about $240,000 or about 1.6%, which would provide between the two a net savings of about $750,000. The adopted budget that we had for 2025 originally projected that the general fund would draw down from reserves from 41% down to 25.8%, and this is above the 25% reserve that was set by council policy to provide the additional funding for the capital projects, and that as a result of the savings that are being projected, the drawdown can be reduced to $785,000, which increases reserves possibly from 26.8% up to 31%. Next slide. This is a rather complex sheet. It's actually a summary of a very large Excel sheet that I use in order to be able to project the budget. In preparing the mid-year budget, I take the December and January statements. So the first column there you see is our July through December expenses. And I analyze all the significant revenues and the cash flow for the remaining months using a variety of assumptions. As an example, for property taxes, I can project it using estimates that are given by the county of how much we're going to be receiving for property taxes. Our sales tax consultants, a company called Avenue, provides projections for revenues from our 2 sales tax streams. And absent that, I look at historical revenues from the last 6 months of the prior year, and I also confer with responsible departments who know what's happening with the different revenues that they've got. So, yes.
If I may just break in, so all of these documents are on our website, so you can pull them up and stretch them out on your phone. And just wanted to make sure people knew they could read it.
And then I roll these projections into the summary that we have here. Next slide. The first group of items I'd like to discuss is the revenues. Basically, revenues are going to be higher this year mostly due to higher tax revenues. So taxes as a group is projected to come in $713,000 above what we're budgeting. And that breaks down into property taxes. We'll have about another $159,000. Sales taxes might bring in another $98,000. Property tax in lieu is projected to bring in another $222,000. Our utility user taxes and hotel taxes are projected to bring in another $119,000 above what we budgeted. And finally, the wildfire tax, actually we don't receive the tax directly. It's passed through to us, but I still keep it under a category of wildfire tax since that's the source for it, is projected to be $113,000 above what we originally budgeted.
And just to note, the wildfire tax is Marin wildfire that we all pay on our property taxes. Correct. And we get pass-through monies directly from them. So we don't receive the taxes. It was confusing to me. So thank you, Mike, for clarifying that.
Thank you for asking the question, because if it's on your mind, it's on other people's minds too. Altogether, these tax revenues comprise 62% of our budgeted revenues. I also show there franchise fees being $13,000 above what we projected, licenses possibly being $8,400 higher also. Next slide, please. And of course, there are going to be some revenue sources that are going to come in probably lower than what we budgeted. One of the items that we projected was fines. It's difficult to project how much we're going to get in fines, and the amount that we projected probably, which was based on revenues that we'd received in prior periods, is coming in currently at less than what that was projected to be. So we're looking at about a $26,000 shortfall in fines if the current trends continue. Interest and rents, primarily our LAIF interest, is going to be somewhat short of our projections by about $7,000. The Fed rate it determines a lot of what the LAIF is going to be paying. So as interest rates level off, it's difficult to project a year in advance what you're going to get. So we did our best, and we're going to be about $7,000 short of what we had originally projected. In addition, we have revenues from other agencies, planning grants, et cetera, that are going to be about $92,000 short of what we had originally projected. Actually, since I wrote this report in a few weeks ago, we got a $65,000 grant there. So this report has already been superseded by some actual activity. And finally, grants from other agencies, that's primarily various environmental grants, is going to be short by about 96,000 based on my projections. So in total,
Mike, can I just ask one
Yes.
question? What's the difference between revenues from other agencies and grants from other agencies? And could you explain what other agencies are for the revenues? I understand the grants.
there are these probably could be rolled into grants for from planning for environmental into one place.
Okay.
But you know, in the past, I've categorized these based on whether they were coming from the state or from private sources. You can consider these basically a group.
So they're
that
all
are-
grants, and you said you had gotten another grant for 65,000, which I think was that thing we approved a couple of months ago that was for some work on housing
plan,
stuff.
right.
So basically the 190,000 or whatever it is less 65.
Right.
Okay.
And you clarify really quickly, you said something about grants for climate and whatnot. Is that because we did not have a climate coordinator for part of the year or something else?
Well, I'm going to be getting into that. In fact,
Okay, I'll hold
the next slide. This shows me everybody's paying attention, and I love it because the questions are leading right into it. So the point of this one is that the grant funds also have associated program costs, which would be reduced. So as an example, here's a page from our budget for the climate and environment group. This is it has an original budget of $245,000, of which 186,000 is for anticipated expenses on grants. Now, when in the budget there, if you actually referred to the budget, you would see that the grants that we were expecting to get for environment include a $100,000 grant for electric fleet electrification, electric rate. There's about 5 different grants that are listed in there as the basic source of grants that we budgeted when we did the budget in May. Unfortunately, not always are you going to get the grants that you're anticipating you're going to have. But that also means that the expenses that these things would have covered aren't going to be there either. So one of the things that I have in the mid-year budget is that our total expenses for climate and environment committee, or not committee, department are going to be over 100,000 less than what we had originally expected. So to answer a question that came up earlier in the meeting, as far as the climate department, the other expenses that we have within the department are for a personnel specialist who oversees the grants and coordinates with all of the activities that go on for climate. And this is a shared position of which our expense is about $59,000, and San Anselmo also pays $59,000 towards this person. So it's a misconception to say that the money that's going to that grant is all going to a salary for somebody, because most of the expenses that we've got in there are actually to cover the anticipated program expenses for the grants that we're going to be receiving. We have other departments that are like that also. Recreation is program driven. Oftentimes, if we have a lot of classes, we'll have expenses for teachers, for facilities, et cetera, but oftentimes those are being offset by fees that are being collected. So there's a direct relationship between the revenues that are being charged or expenses that we've got and the revenues that are being received. So next slide, please. Okay, so moving over to the expenses on the mid-year budget, we're projecting that the general fund expenditures are going to be lower than the budget by about $240,000. That's about 1.6% this year. And most of our departments are projected to be under budget as of June 30 coming up. Next one. However, I've pinpointed 3 departments that I think are going to be over budget. One is the disaster prep. We're at mid-year, we had spent over half the budget. I know that there's things coming down the pike as far as tabletop exercises and other things that are going to be happening that are going to require expenditures. And I don't think that the historic pattern that we had between February and June of last year is going to be what we have this year, because I anticipate more activity.
So just to,
Yes.
you know, in the past, the disaster prep was for things we did in-house. And given the EOC, Stephen Torrance, and the county with the dispatch for fire, there's a lot more expenses. So one of the things when we look at the budget, as we start building the budget for next year, and I know the chief was at a tabletop exercise today, we probably ought to be looking at, it's not what we used to do, which was, you know, if we were going to be doing those fire clear maps, it was a little bit of money. So there's more work going into that because of the county program that we pay towards. So I think probably your discussions with the chief when you build that part of the budget will be that it will be bigger than what you've typically been budgeting for, because we're just paying for different stuff now.
Yeah. Part of it is you lose something by creating a budget 4 months before the year even starts, and then having a whole year of activity after that. Things do change, and I look at our budget as being a dynamic or flexible budget, which is expected to change as we become aware of additional expenditures or additional revenues that go along the way.
But except for this particular thing is different because the program has shifted a lot towards paying for dispatch at the county for their EOC. So it is much broader than what we did in the past, in years past.
Mm-hmm.
So I think next year's budget will have a better handle on what it costs.
Yeah.
I hope.
If I may just interject, you're right. The agreement with the county OEM has changed. We brought that before the council, and so the cost is more. And we are also voluntarily and required to be more involved. So we'll talk about that later in the manager's report as well. And I also want to just draw everyone's attention to that dollar figure, which is about under $9,000 over. So scale matters here. Please go ahead.
Thanks.
Another department that I'm expecting will be over budget is our street maintenance department. I project about 124,000 over based on our historic expenses in this period of time from last year, and from discussion with personnel who are working in the department. And this is because we have had increased activity as far as patching roads and higher activity in the department. The third department that is going to exceed budget this year is a town attorney budget, which we expect will be over by about $269,000.
Can I just add something?
Next slide, please.
Can I just, one of the things that appears to be a misunderstanding is there's a thought, the town attorney budget is quite large, and it's not Janet Colson making that money. And I would like us to request in the future when we do the budget that we have at least 3 categories. One is for PAL, which is Janet Colson's firm. One is for BBK, specialized expertise, which we know we have to use quite a bit. And then for litigation, not spelling out the litigation, but having those 3 buckets, I think that is usually BBK doing the litigation. I think having those three buckets will clarify what is a misunderstanding, thinking that Janet Colson is making $700,000 a year. If she was, I think she probably wouldn't be sitting here. But anyway, so I'm hoping that we can do more buckets, because I think there's just very misunderstanding. We don't have to spell out what the litigation is. I think those buckets will help fix things.
When you say buckets, you mean line items, expense line items?
3 line items that would clarify what's in the town attorney's office. And I think Janet wanted to say something.
Yeah, right now we've got 6 cases ongoing.
You mean litigation?
Litigation, yeah. And 4 of them are BBK litigation. The other 2 are 2 different law firms.
Okay.
And so those are 6 cases isn't a large number of cases. I've been here for many years, and we had no cases that we were having to pay for because the pooling authority was covering them. Now we have 1 case that's not actually a case quite yet. It's claims. It will go to be a case. The pooling authority will be covering that one. But the 6 cases that we have are where we've been sued. We haven't filed suit against anybody. 1 is a cost recovery action, trying to recoup our costs for repair of a roadway. And 2 are land use cases. 1 is the anti-camping case, 1 is on the wall property, and 1 is a police case. And I'm uncertain as to whether the pooling authority is actually covering the police case. I'll have to look into that one.
I appreciate that. I think that's helpful for people who have been having concerns. But I do think it's worthwhile for us at least to say PAL attorney, BBK specialized expertise, and litigation as line items, so that there isn't this feeling like, you know, you're making $1,000 an hour, which I think your rate is $245. Thank you.
All great points. And I think.
And sorry
Michael's
for interrupting, Mike.
Next slide.
Next
talks to
slide,
this.
please.
Exactly.
So I've got the attorney budget up on screen here. Basically, we have 2 line items here. One is general services and another is special services. This last year, as a basic historical, we put in what the breakdown was between the general services and special services. And we budgeted $340,000 for this department. The 340 is for general services. And the projected expense this year for general services, based on 6, 7, 8 months of billing, is 316,000. So we're actually going to be coming in under budget as far as the general services portion of it. Next slide, please. Oh, I should also mention there that general services are basically provided by Janet through public agency law, and some element of that from Best Best and Krieger. So.
So can you, 300 and, I'm sorry, the town attorney, okay, so special services is projected to be how much compared to town attorney? I can't read some of this. So you said that the amount that is projected for the town attorney is a little bit under budget, and the amount that's projected for basically special services like litigation is what's sort of the overage.
Next slide, please.
Just was looking for clarification.
Yeah, so there's
Next slide is the clarification.
Okay, but before you go there, to highlight another thing. I know, Mike, this is frustrating for you. The general services is the PAL attorney as well as BBK specialized expertise. So it's not all going to, that's specialized expertise is general services. That was what was on the slide.
If I may, I know there's a lot of detail here and it can get confusing easily. So actually, Christine, if you can go back to the previous slide, what Michael was pointing out here is that general services, which are generally provided by PAL, and there is also a small portion that is provided by BDK, is under budget, is projected to be under budget. That's what you see here at the bottom of this slide. And then if you go to the next slide, please. The litigation services, which are specialized services, which are provided by BBK, Bertrand, and others, right? There's another specialized service. Those are projected to be significantly over because we've been sued for the most part. There is one case where we're trying to do cost recovery, but that's essentially outside of the town's control. That's other people's actions to sue us. Did I explain that well? Okay, thank you.
This slide shows the special services, which is above and beyond what we normally have. This last year, we didn't have any basis for putting in a number, frankly. We show here that there is no budget for litigation, and yet we have quite a few cases that have popped up during the year in which the town desires to recover monies it's spent or is defending itself in various actions, which require special services. So we're expecting that the total projected expense for special services this year, I went through and projected based on discussions with Janet of what litigation is in process, what the ending year total for litigation might end up being, and that's about $323,000. So we have a savings on the general and an expense on the special services side, which would project to a slight an amount that we're actually using in the mid-year budget for attorney services. Next slide, please. So this slide represents the expenses that we've got for capital improvement projects. Basically, this year to date, the town has spent $775,000. We project that by the end of June, we will spend $1,600,000 and some odd amount by June 30. The expenditures are lower than what they would normally be at this point, mostly because we had a very large street bid that went out and was rejected because it was too high. And so the expectation is that bid will go out in the spring and we'll have the majority of the expenses that happen for our big pavement rehab project. Of note here, we have a couple of projects that we didn't anticipate in the capital improvement project. One is, well, actually we did budget for this one, the Roca stabilization. And in that particular project, we budgeted $250,000. We spent $290,000, so we're actually going to be over budget in that particular one. The other one is the Tamalpais Berry retaining wall project, which is part of a mishap that happened on Berry, where a paving machine went over the side. And we added budget this year for $582,000 for that project, but in the end, we only ended up spending about $339,000 on that project. So we were about $243,000 under what we expected we were going to spend on that. And the town is looking to recover the expenses from this from responsible parties. And that's part of what our litigation expense is all about. So, yes.
One other thing I just wanted to mention is when you see the overage at Roca, that is something that we brought back to the council before authorizing to make sure that it was clear to everyone. Unfortunately, sometimes projects do go over their contingency, and that's what happened in that case.
Let's see. Last slide, please. Or next slide. So, in summary, our expenditures for general fund are expected to be under budget overall. And we recommend that because we have a savings that's there, that any budget adjustments that are necessary for the departments come from the expense savings and from the revenue projections, and be allocated as we get down the line towards June 30 and know what these totals are going to be allocated by the town manager and reported back to the council.
Can I just ask, could we post, I'm sure we usually do post these presentations. I think, okay, yeah, and I'm going to ask if I could have a copy. You don't have to do one slide per page, two is fine. But your presentation made things really clear that I had questions about, so thank you.
Do we have questions from other council members? Can you tell us what our likely reserve is? I kind of wasn't totally sure.
Based on this, if we use it towards the reserve, we would have about a 31% reserve, up from the 26%.
And how much is that in dollars?
So the total savings is 752,000. So that would be
okay.
additional 752,000 to the end of the reserve.
And we're taking into account like unanticipated circumstances, like there's a lot of uncertainty right now with federal grants and whatnot.
There's a lot of stuff that's coming down the pike. As an example, tariffs are going to put an increase on on revenues from sales of cars. So if you have another $5,000 for a car, we'll be receiving more sales tax revenues as a result of that. It's a silver lining, I guess, to a dark cloud, but there's lots of things like that that could be affected in the current environment.
Go ahead.
But it sounds like you talked to Janet about, given all of the litigation, you plugged in a $320,000, something like that.
Yes.
Assumption for the remainder of the fiscal year, and our 31% reserves is net of that. Okay.
It includes all of that.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there, Mr. Egger?
Thank you. With the revenue 512,000 higher than anticipated and expenses down, we're ahead by what, $752,400. These numbers are looking very favorable for the town at this point in the budget. I've got just a few questions. Back towards the end of 2022, there was a contractor up at Pine Drive that did some work without permits and cut a road and caused a collapse of Pine Drive, and it cost us about $500,000. Have we been reimbursed for our costs yet from either the contractor or the owner of the property?
Councilmember Egger, that's an excellent question. And unfortunately, we know that litigation takes years to resolve. And so we are still in litigation attempting to get recovery of that almost $600,000.
So I'm just looking at the minutes from 2022, and I suggested urge the town to file a claim for the cost of the repairs. So have we actually filed litigation on top of a claim?
We're in litigation right now.
So are we someplace that we're in Superior Court waiting for trial, or what's up?
No, there is a law firm handling that, and they are right now involved in rather extensive negotiations with various insurance companies for different covered parties, trying to see how big I think the pool of money is and how to best to divide it up.
So we're expecting to prevail on this, is that?
Well, we're expecting to recover funds. I don't know if it's recovery of the entire almost 600,000, but it is. It depends on how much insurance money is available because the other parties are relying on their insurance. Let's put it that way.
Might we end up with the property
No,
if they can't provide the necessary funds to the town?
no,
No.
this is a situation where we're trying to resolve it with multiple parties.
Okay.
There are many contractors, there's the homeowner, everybody's got insurance companies, there's the town. And
okay.
so we're, and this is not a situation where the pooling authority is covering the legal cost here. This is one where the town has to
Sure.
pay for its own legal cost.
Yeah, I'm good. Presidents Trump and Musk are clawing back federal funding that's not been spent. Is there any chance that they may go after Park Road funds, the 1.8 million that we've been allocated that hasn't been spent yet? Is there any chance we could lose any of that?
So of course, yes, you're referring to ARPA funds. So of course, the situation is very unstable right now, and we don't know all of the answers, but we do know that we have possession of those funds right now.
We have them in our hands?
Yes.
The federal money?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we've already got it in the bank someplace?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm looking at the garbage franchise fees, and the question I have is, does the garbage franchise fees of like 260,000 budgeted, does that include the 77,000 for the truck impact fees that they're paying by contract?
We don't keep that as part of the franchise. We have that. We segregate the amounts that are for road impact fees and that sort of thing, and put it in that line item in the building and planning.
So the 77,000 over and above the franchise fees.
Yeah, I'd have to get back to you on that to give you a breakdown of the total on that. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. I'm glad the chief's here tonight. So our fines and forfeitures are down, 26,200. That's a rough estimate, I guess. And if I could ask the chief, is that partially because of some vacancies that we had during the year? I know I read that we're at full force now. All the positions are filled?
No, it's a combination of actually many things that factor into this reported amount. So for the first part of the year, we were short 3 positions. Now we are still vacant 1 position for a sworn officer job. Also, we had to, some of our part-timers we couldn't use anymore to backfill dispatchers. So at that point, we use existing cadets and PSTs to backfill dispatch services to cover vacations, sick time, time off, and things like that. And those PSTs and cadets are primarily the ones used for parking enforcement, and those types of enforcement are daily patrol efforts for time parking downtown. So it's a combination of all that. And also the receiving of funds from Data Ticket, our vendor who uses this. It's not a consistent amount that comes in regularly that gets deposited and automatically shows on the report. They send a check based on a calculation from the county, and from that we send it over to finance, who then deposits it. So it doesn't necessarily make it to the report in a timely fashion.
And if I may just reinforce what the chief just said, a budget is a planning document. It's not an accounting document. So the estimation for how many fines we will we will give out in a year is just that. It's just an estimation. And with fines in particular, it is very difficult to estimate that very tightly, very correctly, because circumstances change. And I also just want to, remind us all that it is very important from a policy level that we not view policing as a source of revenue. So we never do that. We plan as best we can for fines, but we do not, have quotas or ask the police to make sure they get a certain number of tickets, for example.
Yes, and to further add to that, we don't, as part of the budget planning, there's not a set amount of what I put in for revenues. It's just a result of everything that happens throughout that year. And it's something that, like the town manager said, we don't account for ahead of time.
So, well, we had budgeted 20,000 for movers, and we've taken in 27. That's 15% so far. Is some of the fines lagging, or are they out there being collected by the county and just not forwarded to the town yet?
That I can't say.
Okay. So I get complaints from people who say people run stop signs. I know people pass me on a double yellow line on a regular basis. So it's not about looking for revenue with traffic tickets. It's about enforcing the law. I just, you see downtown that people run the stop signs all the time. It's unbelievable. I'm not even talking about the bicyclists, but just in the vehicles blowing the stop signs downtown. But anyway, the 12th position, is it filled, or is that 12th position still vacant?
We have one vacant sworn position. That's not counting the frozen position that we still have.
Okay, so we don't have two officers 24/7. We still have that one officer between like 2 and 6 a.m.
That's correct. From 3 to 7 a.m.
Thank you. I noticed, just something was in a paper the other day, a story about 8 of the cities in Marin have license plate readers, and I guess that assists them. They got them on the patrol vehicles and assists the police departments in enforcing stolen vehicles and other situations.
So,
have we talked about getting license plate readers for our patrol vehicles here?
see, I think this is good, and I think you can go ahead and answer, but I also want to say that we can discuss that when we're setting the budget for next year, because I think that would be an important thing to discuss. So go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, the council took the goals from your recent retreat just last week, I think it was, off of consent. And so we'll be discussing that. So you mentioned that, and this item of the frozen position that's been frozen since 2008 as well, I believe in the retreat. So that is another item that we'll get to.
There's been a couple of situations where license plate reader would have come in handy, I guess, for our officers in town that I'm aware of. Back to Michael. Michael, I noticed on the Sir Francis Drake Oak Manor signal issue, at one time the county was paying a portion of that because it's a town-county intersection, and one of the signals is in unincorporated. Do they still provide some funding for that, the cost of that signalization?
I'm not aware that they do. I mean, I go through all the receipts from the county, and I've never seen anything that related.
I'm going
to
back
that.
20 years, so yeah. Okay. But they actually did pay us a portion of the cost to run that signals there. Okay, that's fine.
Great, thank you. Because unless, are there more questions? Because then we'll move to public comment. Yeah, okay.
For the record, it's the longest time I ever went without speaking at a council meeting. So when did we clocked in at 8:15? Okay, here we go. First of all, thanks for the presentation. Appreciate that. For I think just for the general public's knowledge, my viewpoint And what I think this exercise provides us is to find out one of the things that we need to do. One of the biggest problems we have in Fairfax is fixing our streets and our infrastructure. We can all agree with that. We know that the $40 million bond measure lost.
18.
Yeah, but it would cost 40. And so it was 18 million, but it was going to cost 40. That's one reason why it lost. But anyway, that's okay. I contend that there's money in our budget to find, and not even find, I think it's looking right at us, and we could allocate quite a bit more money to the streets and to infrastructure. So the first question is, Michael, from the numbers I saw up there, the 1.7 million number, what's the total number of money that we have to spend on our streets and our infrastructure this year?
I wish I had a number for you.
It's okay. No,
I
that's
don't
okay.
have it
That's
in
okay.
front of
By the way, this is something that I do want to bring back to the council. But I'm going to just lay just a little groundwork ahead of time. And the other question would be, which makes sense to me, is how much money is allocated for the streets and the infrastructure currently? Okay. And then the next question would be for everyone to think about is, geez, how much more can we find in there? Well, we know a couple things. One is we have record high revenues this town's never seen before. From 10 years ago, it's 94% more revenues. On a percentage basis, which that's how you budget things on a percentage basis.
Yep.
The police and fire, compared to 10 years ago, are almost down 10% on a percentage basis of what we spend on police and fire. And that's good. I mean, that's good. It's the higher revenues have driven down the number. You save 10%. Public Works Department, close to the same, but a little bit less.
Right. And is there a question?
The town, excuse me?
I mean, just say, is there a question? Are you making statements at this point?
I'm making an analysis of it.
Okay, because this is the
So like I
time.
said, it was 8:15 is the first time I spoke.
No, I know, but I just want to say that the way that council meetings go is we have a time where we ask questions, then we go out to the public, we get their input, and
Well,
then
I'm not
then
quite
we make
done yet.
state.
No, I'm not done yet.
Okay, it's
I'm
not a
gonna finish
question.
what I'm saying. I'm almost finished.
Okay.
Clocked into 3 minutes now.
Okay.
Okay, so in the town hall, money that we spend on town hall, everyone knows I think this is, I believe, significantly up, okay? And that's where I think that there's, not just there though, I think there's money there that we never used to spend that we could put towards infrastructure and streets, which by the way, helps climate change, just so you know. We can prevent fires, all that kind of stuff, right? So I just think that we should be coming back and really drilling down hard, because I ran,
So-
and so did Frank. I'm not done yet.
I'm sorry, because I'm the mayor, and I'd like to say that this is a really great discussion. It should happen after the public gives us
No,
input.
you guys
No, that's how council meetings generally go. And we will also have a discussion about the future budget, in which you can make those
I'm sorry,
suggestions, but I really want
Mayor,
the
with all
public to
due
get a
respect,
chance.
you're not going to shut me down, okay?
Okay.
You guys, I haven't
Yep.
said a word up until, and now you're taking up some of my time. And not to mention, everyone here had questions, and I appreciate the questions that they had.
This is a time for questions, then we deliberate
asked
after the
questions,
public. So
though.
I'd like
Are
the
you
public
kidding
to
me?
have some
Please.
time to
No?
speak.
Okay, they get to speak right after I'm done, because I haven't spoken yet. So that's what that's what I want the town to look at: management, financing, public works, everybody involved. So we can find, which is what I ran on, more money to fix our streets. I think everybody would agree. We want to spend more time paving roads, paving parking lots, fixing things up, because it's a mess. That's why we're last place, I believe, in that department. And that's all I have to say is this: I'd like to drill down farther and harder on this particular area of how we run our town, because I think it's vital. I think the money's there. We won't be spending $22 million on interest to do this. We just look at this closer and spend the money wiser. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just going to kind of clarify here that the way the council meetings work is that we ask questions of staff after they make a presentation, then we go out to the public and we get all the input from the public. And then we deliberate about, in this case, I don't think we're making a decision, we're just accepting a report, but then we have a discussion. And so, I'm letting this go right now, but I'm just going to say that's just generally how we run the meetings because we like to deliberate after we hear what the public has to say. So I'm going to move to public comment on this item. And so if you'd like to speak, please come up to the podium.
Good evening. How's the sound up there? This is Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax speaking. I want to draw this council and everybody in Fairfax's attention and everybody else, including the Marin IJ reporter, Chrissy, who is here. Thank you for being here. The planning director, Jeff Beisenweiger, who is also here. Thank you for attending, Jeff. Thank you for this good report, Finance Director Vivrette. There is a discrepancy between the income statement that is on the consent calendar that shows what was the projected operating deficit here on page 2 of $1,537,728 and what was just presented as agenda item 1. Pardon me while I page back to that. There's some real concerns here. It's great that we're getting what is essentially a bailout by rising prices and rising taxes because goods cost more. But that's costing everybody in Fairfax, and they have less money left. This council has driven up the cost of housing in many ways. How about giving the good people of Fairfax a break and reducing some of the taxes rather than just getting a bailout? How about paying attention to the operating deficit that Barbara Kohler, who's not paying attention right now, has denied exists? We still have an operating deficit for this year. It's stated here in this agenda item number 1. What are we going to do to reduce our operating deficit? How many other contingent liabilities are there? There's one contingent liability that Finance Director Vivrette has listed in here of $150,000. I'd venture to say that there's much more here.
Could I have any other speakers in the room, please?
Mark Bell. Wow, I thought I was going to have to wait for the consent calendar. So I'm looking at the climate and environment part of this. When I asked what the new climate coordinator was making, because it said 100,000, I was told that that was being split, which was kind of confusing because there was no asterisk or anything delineating that. So now somehow that salary went from 50,000 to 59,480. And I'm assuming that if I'm looking at the health insurance, the workers' comp, the retirement, and the Medicare, it's actually more like the total, instead of being this, or would that be 118,000? It would be actually more closer to 100 or 140, 30 or 140,000. So if I could get some clarification on that, that would be interesting. That would be great. Program implementation. So if I'm understanding correctly, this $123,750 is now down to $23,750 because we did not get a $100,000 grant. And outside services at $60,737. What outside services are those? I mean, are we paying somebody who owes the town $85,000 to keep taking money from the town? I mean, I don't know. I'd like a little more clarification on that. And again, as I've mentioned before, we have a resident who spent 23 years at the EPA, who's in touch with the top people in the environmental field, environmental think tanks in Washington, D.C., the very top people. And she offered to be on the Climate Action Committee for free, and she was rebuffed. What kind of spending is that?
Thank you. next, please.
Hello, Mayor. Michael McIntosh. First observation, I was disappointed not to see your appointed clerk come here and participate in our meetings. This is where we need that clerk to be advised of what our proceedings are. I do appreciate Michael's presentation, and specifically, I appreciate the detail that you presented. Recently, as you all saw, because I CC'd everybody a copy, I did give some very specific PRA requests that with those details you brought up in your report should be very easily and readily available. One of the sentences on your or one line items, you said town council, $439,000. If you could explain what the town council does to consume $439,000, that's something I'd like to know. And that's what brings like my question when I asked for you a list of W-2s, a list of W-4s, a list of 1099s, a list of credit cards, the reconciliations of those credit cards, as well as your P&L and balance sheets and the journal entries to show you how you move the money around. I know it will produce a little bit of work. I'm willing to have somebody come down and assist and offset that time if you'd like. But these are really important things that would help me to understand the budget that I don't think is very well presented, but it doesn't give some of the facts that I'd like to know so I could better understand it. And if you could please explain the $439,000 that you put for a one line item for the council, I'd appreciate it. And last but not least, Mayor Blash, I've always seen you up here as generally pretty polite to everybody. I thought your discourse to Michael shutting down a council member when he's doing his civic duty to ask questions for better understanding that helps us, the public, to understand was shameful. I mean, honestly, I thought that was probably the lowest thing that I've seen you do. And I'd really appreciate it if you could allow your other council members to make inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we're going to see if we can answer some of the questions that were raised by the public, but I also want to make sure that that is at the
Why don't we go to
behest of,
Zoom?
just a sec. I'm sorry, we'll go to Zoom. Thank you.
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay. And so, often when we have questions from the public, we have a council member recount them. And I can do my best to recount some of those, and other people can fill in if we've missed something, and we can also then make whatever statements we want. And I think that the action tonight is just to accept the budget report, right? We're not working on next year's budget yet. I was wondering, before we get going, if you could give us some clarity on what the schedule again is about the budget deliberations that are coming before us.
Yes, so Fairfax always has 3 bites at the apple, if you will, for the budget. The first is a full day budget workshop, and we are targeting April 18th for that. Then the next is at a regular council meeting, so that would be the following council meeting. So the May council meeting, the regular meeting, which is the first Wednesday of every month. And that would be a presentation and, again, questions and comments from the council, comments from the public, and then also deliberation by the council. And then budget adoption would happen at the regular meeting in June. So again, first Wednesday of the month, so that we can make sure that there's tons of opportunity for people to review the full budget, which, as you know, is a lengthy document, very complex, and Michael has it here in his 3-ring binder to answer your questions as best he can.
Great. So I'm going to just go through a couple of things first, because I just want to make sure that they're out there, and then maybe we can answer them. But, we had a statement that we're in an operating deficit. So I'm wondering if that's the case.
I'll try. Sometimes I serve as the translator between the CPA and laymen like myself. So as you may recall, for towns in Marin County and most of California, we are on a teeter plan. A teeter plan is an agreement with the county that basically says they will pay us what they project is due to the city, to the town, twice a year, even if they don't collect all of their revenues, if people fail to pay. So we get that first teeter payment usually around December 15th.
Property tax?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's taxes.
Christine, would you mind bringing up Michael's slide that illustrates the pie chart of revenue and the share that the property taxes that we receive in 2 tranches?
Yes.
So, I mean, and when you bring that up, that's great. Can you, so what we're seeing basically is just that we don't have this steady supply of revenue from that. It comes twice a year. So we can spend on it because we know we're going to get it. And the town wouldn't function, right, if we waited until we got that tranche and then spent it. We have to keep providing services and whatnot, right?
Yes, that's exactly correct. And this is typical of all cities and towns within California, right? Fairfax is both lucky and unlucky in that the majority of our revenues come from property taxes. So the good news about property taxes is that they're very stable. They tend to stay, especially in Marin County and in Fairfax in particular, they tend to stay where they are or go up. They very rarely slam down.
Right.
Whereas you have other cities where there is a large part of their revenue stream is from sales tax, for example, and those tend to go much more up and down with the economy. So it is very normal for us to have a big influx of money that we are spending down through half the year. Then we get the second influx of money. We spend that down. And in many cases, not in Fairfax, but in many cases, and in previous, many like decades ago in Fairfax, jurisdictions need to float their payments in some months in order to be able to keep cash flow going. That's not the case in Fairfax now, but it has been in the past. So you can call that a deficit, but it is like saying I get paid at the first of the month and I pay my bills through the 15th, and I don't have that same daily influx of cash, right? So we're more on 2 cycles of a year.
Okay, and I'm just going to run through the questions from the public, and then we can talk.
But I want to tag on to that. I think we continue to hear this confusion, and it's exhausting. Could we please footnote our documentation that explains that we get, you have explained it over and over again, that we get these in 2 tranches, and for some reason, we continue to hear that we spend in operational deficit, and it's not the case.
Okay.
It's not the case.
Okay.
So I would really appreciate, rather than you do that paragraph every month, but if you could please footnote this sheet, this income statement sheet, that 50% of the property taxes are due at the end of the fiscal year, basically, right?
I do put in the statement that we receive our property taxes in December and in April.
But I think we need to connect the dots, right? Like on this income statement, there's nothing in here that says that, right? You would have to make that connection, or maybe people are not making the connection on purpose. I don't know, but I would appreciate that. We can talk more about it in the.
Okay, so yeah, and thank you for clarifying that. And again, I we talk about wanting to hear the public. We do actually hear the public. That's why I'm going through the questions right now. It's why we've tried to break out the attorney fees, because we do listen to people and we've listened to a lot of comments about that. So that was also in a response to some of the comments that we've heard. So we had another question about climate and environment, which was, why did our share of the payment go from 50 to 59,480? Was there did we have to hire somebody at a higher salary, or just normal?
Mark's question had to do with the level of salary that the person was receiving. Is that correct? Aha. So in the budget on Department 514, we have that the total salary for this person is $93,000. That's going to be split in half, and that we have additional health insurance and other payroll costs and retirement costs, et cetera, which bring the total up to about, let's see, 59,260, a little less than 120,000. And we split that in half, so each side pays
So
59.
San Anselmo pays for half
Right.
of that as
So
well.
they pay half of whatever the personnel costs. The salary itself is less than 100,000. So, that's the nature of payroll. You have payroll costs and other things that are associated with it that are on top of that. Is that an answer to your question, Mark?
Mark, perhaps you could look up when somebody's trying to answer your question.
Okay.
Okay.
If you have any other questions on that, Mark, you can ask.
Yeah, and I think
Fairfax is half of that.
That's correct.
great, thank you. Okay, that was a good explanation. There was a question about the outside services costs. I guess it's an expense. Is that what we're talking about when we're talking about insurance and other?
Okay. So again, back to the budget for Department 514, we have outside services of $60,737 in the budget. I have a footnote to that includes $40,000 for assistance with implementation of a solar APP and $27,000 for assistance with SB 1393 implementation, which is a carry forward item. So in the budget, we do have a definition of what those services are for. Whether or not we're going to end up using those services or not, I can't say. They may or may not, depending on whether we're doing that program or getting that grant or not.
Okay. Okay, the budget is online.
Yeah.
Yep.
Correct. That's in the footnote section of the budget at the bottom.
Okay. Great.
And I have something that says C note next to that line item there, so it's down below.
Okay, and then the final question that I think I have from the public, I heard something about there being $439,000 for the town council. I'm not seeing that.
It's absolutely right. Town council is $439,000. However, town council refers to 4 departments within that subcategory of town council, just as general administration includes 5 departments. So 439,000 consists of 32,000 for the town council itself, 4,000 for the town treasurer, 62,000 for the independent auditor, and 340,000, which we discussed, for the town attorney. Those are all within the town council budget. Go ahead.
If I may just jump in, I don't know if it's clear, as we're on Zoom or on the video, but Michael is reading directly from the budget pages, and in this case, it is page what?
1C is what I'm looking at, but it's on numerous pages as a summary.
We just want to make sure everyone has access to the same information, because sometimes questions come to me and I'm needing to understand, where is it that you're looking at that so that I can help explain it.
Great. Okay, so I think I'm going to, let this go. I just want to make sure we get the public's questions answered. And I am going to just say, like I'm small and I'm kind of quiet, but I'm just going to note that it is the mayor's job to maintain order in the meeting. So I'm not trying to be insulting, but my job is to maintain order in the meetings, and there's a certain order. And I would invite, council members to make their comments now, having heard what the public had to say. My job is not to try to cut Mr. Garangelli off, but to simply say that that comment should be now and not prior when we're just asking questions of staff. So.
Okay, this goes back to what we were talking about before. I think between Heather and Michael, especially, we need to know, and you need to know, I should say, the exact number of what we're putting into our streets that should be a very top of the mind type thing. And then also how much money we're diverting into that, how much money we take in for streets and infrastructure, and how much money we actually spend on streets and infrastructure. Mm-hmm. And the other thing for our town manager is, if I read that right, but we're quite a bit over budget. We have a lot of money, right? We have a surplus, right? Okay. So projecting, yes, I understand. And so you have a surplus, plus if you drill down, and I wouldn't wait for the full year to do this, by the way. Everyone knows our streets are in dire straits. We have to drill down. We have to find the money that's in the budget, record-setting revenues. We have a surplus momentarily. We need to know how much we're spending and how much more we can spend. I don't know those numbers exactly. And here's the thing, apparently no one here knows. So I'd like to know what they are. I'd like to also say, we need to readjust this budget, and we need to put another $2 million into our streets. It might be there. My God, the surplus alone is almost half of it. So we need to find the money and put it into our streets and fix them, because it's a dire strait situation. The money's there, in my belief. It has to be managed differently. And I'm not blaming anybody for it. It's the way the policies have been, maybe. But my focus is fixing the streets and the infrastructure. And I believe the money's there. And your presentation to me actually proved it. So that's all I got.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll discuss this more when we're setting the next budget. So those will be good things to also
Don't
bring
wait for
forward.
the next budget, please. That's not how it should be done. We should be tackling it now while we're heading into the season of being able to fix things.
Are there other comments before do we vote to accept a report, or we just move on to the next agenda item? Okay, so unless there are any other comments from council, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is the annual progress report.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Just going to get a glass of water, not.
Appreciate the robust discussion, and as Councilmember Hellman, or excuse me, Vice Mayor Hellman gets a glass of water, certainly understandable. I'll just introduce Jeff Beiswinger. He's our Planning and Building Services Director. And as you may recall from last year, we are required to submit an annual report on our housing activities every year. And so I believe this is Jeff's second time doing this here, which has been great because he has been able to provide a lot more detail than we've had in the past.
Ask a question. So since we've had two council members actually leave the room for bio breaks, should we take a 5-minute break maybe and let people go use the restroom or whatever they need to do? So let's just do that really quick, since we're already sort of 2 people down. If we can get back here by 8:48, that would be great. If nobody else needs to take a break, when Councilmember Kohler comes back, we'll start up again. But I think we should just give it a little minute here. It's going to be a long meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to bring the meeting back to order and move on to the annual progress report.
Great, and just a couple house cleaning things. Christine, can you promote Andrew Hill as a panelist? And then also, you received a staff report, and there's just one clarification that Councilmember Kohler pointed out. On page 4 of the staff report, under conservation elements, we should acknowledge that there was an update to the climate action plan in 2014 and 2023. So we would suggest amending a sentence in the second sentence in that paragraph under the conservation element to say a significant step towards implementing this element was the adoption of the climate action plan, parentheses cap, in 2014 and updated in 2023. So we'll make that before we submit it to HCD. And with that, are you going to run the PowerPoint, Christine? Okay. Okay, so this is a report that we do every year. It's due to the state by April 1st and it reports on the housing element progress. If you go to the next slide, please. So the presentation tonight is to present this annual progress report and then receive direction to submit it to HCD. This is kind of a routine thing that's done every year. Oftentimes jurisdictions will put it, on the consent calendar, but we felt it was important to present it to the town council to provide a chance for questions and comments and for public input. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our housing element consultant, Andrew Hill, to go through the first part of it, and then he'll turn it back to me to go through the second part where I'm talking about some of the programs that we're implementing this year. So Andrew, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, and good evening, council members. Andrew Hill with Dighton Bhatia. So I'm going to just provide a little background context on the housing element, and then I'll hand it back to Jeff, and he's going to go over provide an overview of the accomplishments in 2024 and a look ahead to what's planned for 2025. So the housing element is, of course, one of a required element of the town's general plan. It's essentially the town's plan for addressing local housing needs. The town council adopted the current housing element in December of 2023. And so the housing element, unlike other elements of the general plan, is subject to a host of statutory requirements, including that it be updated once every 8 years to plan for the coming 8-year cycle, and also that it be reviewed and certified as complete by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. Next slide, please. The housing element really has several required components, but two really key components. And the first of these is an inventory of sites available for housing.
Christine, can you move him over to the house now? Sorry, Andrew, you were in the middle of the slide. We keep having to move you.
Okay, that's okay. So there's two principal components of the housing element. The first of these is an inventory of sites that are available for housing. These are usually shown on a map and also included in a table with the assessor parcel number and the civic address and the number of units that are projected on that site. And then the second really key component is an action plan of implementing programs that seek to facilitate build out of the inventory and address local housing needs. So next slide. A term you hear a lot in the context of the housing element is RHNA. It stands for the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, and it's essentially the number of units that the town needs to plan for during that 8-year cycle. RHNA is broken out into 4 different categories based on countywide median income. And so households that make 120% of the countywide median income are considered above moderate income households, and households that make less than 80% of the countywide median income are considered low income households. For the 2023 to 31 planning period, the town of Fairfax is required to accommodate 490 units and broken out into those income categories, as you can see on the slide here. Next slide, please. And so the annual progress report really focuses on progress towards those RENA targets and also progress of in implementing the programs in the Housing Action Plan. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Jeff to go into the details.
Your mic's not on, Jeff, I don't think.
Yep, please go to the next slide. So basically what we are submitting to the state is a spreadsheet that they provide to us every year. And then we fill it in and then they give it back to us every year during the RENA cycle. So this is an example of what that looks like. It's as Andrew was saying, it's broken into the two parts. One is the RENA part where we report on the permits issued, both in terms of when a building permit was issued and then when it was finalized. So it actually doesn't count towards RENA until it's actually finalized, which was a change that they implemented a couple years ago. And then the other equally important component is the status of housing element programs, which I'll go over here on the next slide, kind of what we've done so far. So next slide, please, Christine. So these are some of the things that we've done in 2024 as illustration. So we've reached out and met with developers that may be interested in meeting with, or that may be interested in developing in Fairfax. And so then the reference in parentheses is the programs that are within the housing element that relate to that. We've also updated our ADU ordinance a couple of times, actually. In fact, we're updating it right now, and you'll be seeing that in a couple of months as required by the state to make it a little bit easier for existing sites in Fairfax to accommodate accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. We're also, in relation to that, we are also working with the, it's called the Sonoma Marin Napa Solano, I think now, ADU Center, which is a nonprofit group that helps people do ADUs. I think they just call themselves the ADU Center because they gave up on just adding counties. But they will help homeowners with floor plans and outreaching to contractors and helping them navigate the permitting process. And so they will help folks that want to do ADUs build ADUs. The other thing that's related, it's a program that we've already implemented, but it's related to RENA because it helps build that zoned capacity for RENA to provide the sites that are available for housing is zoning amendments. So we've rezoned to allow for more shopkeeper units, which is if somebody wanted to build a unit above a commercial storefront, for example. Similar with live work units. There's also the workforce housing overlay, which identified some key development sites in town and then rezone them so that they mostly commercial sites, so they could be used for commercial, or you could also use them for housing. So you don't necessarily have to use them for housing, but that option is now available. And then we also did the low impact clustered development residential, which allows for smaller lots to be clustered in a way to protect open space as properties develop, where you can just put the homes on a smaller portion of a large parcel and then leave the rest preserved as open space. And then we also adopted objective development and design standards. And that's important because in a lot of cases, we are required to process housing applications with ministerial approvals. So we need to have objective design standards in place so that we can require developers to improve the quality and design of the project without it having to go through a public hearing process. Next slide, please. So here is kind of things that are on tap or are kind of up next in terms of housing programs that are in the housing element. And this is one place where I would be interested to hear from the town council if they were interested in pursuing any of these in the coming year. And a perfect time to talk about this in terms of the budget cycle. There's one is kind of just working with the county on wider housing choice voucher acceptance, where that's kind of something that we would do anyway. But it's a program in the housing element. So that's kind of a Marin County Fairfax joint effort to improve housing availability for low-income persons. The second in the housing element is a geological study in the town center area. The idea there, when that was formulated back a few years ago, was to give potential developers a head start on developing, to kind of know what some of the constraints were with development sites. The third one is financial assistance programs specific to ADUs. I think we're already part of that. We don't necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to provide funding to builders of ADUs straight out of town coffers. But one way we are implementing that is we are working with the ADU Center to kind of put people together with funding resources. So that's kind of the way that we're accomplishing that program, is to kind of do help match people with funding resources and architects and designers through the ADU Center to help them build ADUs faster than maybe they normally could, or maybe they wouldn't be able to do it without that resource. There's also monitoring strategies for renters and landlords. There was the ballot initiative back in November that removed rent control from the ordinance. However, it did reestablish the mediation program that was in the code prior. So we are working with the county to kind of reestablish the mediation program that is currently in our municipal code, required mediation for rents that exceed 5% in a calendar year. So, and then we're going to continue to outreach to developers for the kind of the opportunity sites that are within the town. And the other one that's kind of in the queue for this year or next year or in the near future is develop a town center plan. And the idea there is to look at ways to enhance the town center and maybe to facilitate more infill housing. And this is somewhat timely because we do have a parallel effort to finalize some updates to the general plan, where we're looking at updating the land use element and the town center element and the safety element to be consistent with our housing element. So we have like this continuation of our general plan update project that we're going to be coming back to you within a few months.
Just a quick question, Jeff. It's my understanding when we were working on the housing element that rather than having the town center plan as a separate animal, which it was in the old, and it caused a lot of consternation, would be to wrap it into the land use element with a different focus than what was in the old town center plan. That's correct, right?
Correct, and just have it be a subset of the land use element so it wouldn't necessarily lose any of its strength, but it would just be kind of organized along with the land use element. And then the idea with the town center plan is then that would allow the town to really look specifically and in a more detailed fashion at the town center in a way of enhancing it and improving it, and then also helping facilitate infill housing. So, yep. Correct. And that is, we're working through the planning commission with those updates right now. And it has the safety element is also another one that we'll be talking about, which is triggered by housing element update. And so that's an important thing to do with all the concerns over wildfire and flooding and that sort of thing. Okay, next slide, please. So I guess next slide after this too. So the next steps is we will be able to submit this on time to the HCD by the April 1st deadline. And then, as I mentioned, just kind of a parallel effort, not directly related to the annual planning report, but just that we'll be completing the housing element update project by adopting an updated safety element, land use element, and town center element, which, as Councilmember Kohler is mentioning, we're proposing to incorporate that into the land use element. So with that, I think Andrew and I are both available for questions.
Let's move to questions, and then we'll take take public comment from anybody that's left in the room, and then we'll move on to deliberation. I'd like people to go ahead and, go for it. You want to go? Yeah.
Our population in Fairfax is how many people?
It's about 7,300 at this point.
And how many people, when they're done with this goal that they have, well, how many people will be living in Fairfax?
Your mic's off.
I mean, I could do some quick math on that. It's basically, 490 ton.
It's something you guys can go back and figure out, but it's just, these are questions or answers. These are things we need to know. It's like, what are we building this up to, right? We're taking the same size town and we're going to build it up to a bigger amount. And I'm sorry, because I just fairly recently got elected. So who determined that we were short housing, and how did they come about that?
This is actually a state process where it is decided kind of in different regions. So there's the A-bag, the whole Bay Area is kind of assigned a certain number of dwelling units, and it gets chopped up into smaller areas, and it gets chopped up into smaller areas. And then Marin gets an allotment, and then Marin County divides it amongst all of its jurisdictions. So it kind of starts with a big number that is over the entire Bay Area, then it's divided down, and then all jurisdictions are kind of given their share of what they're.
An ABAG, can you clarify what ABAG is for people who don't know what ABAG is?
Association of Bay Area Governments.
And just to clarify, Marin County doesn't split that up. ABAG decides how much each jurisdiction in Marin County gets.
Based on a formula. Yep.
I know this is happening up in Sebastopol and other towns. You hear about it. What happens if they overbuild and there's vacancies? Is one of their goals, is the goal to lower the value of property currently? Is the goal to lower the rents? I'm not judging that. I'm just asking, is that part of the goals?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Okay, well, supply and demand, I think that's what they might be thinking. I'm not really sure. If property values go down and property taxes go down along with it, will revenues shrink, and will running our town be doable? These are things I think about when I think about overbuilding, and let's say, and I wish the properties weren't worth as much as they are. I'll be honest with you. I'm born and raised here. My own children can't live here, right? That type of thing. We all feel it. Everyone feels it. Some more than others. But these are questions I think that go along with all these plans. Is what's the end result going to be? Is it going to be less revenues? Is it going to be empty buildings? Is it going to be traffic that takes you 2 hours to get to San Rafael? These are things I think we need to include in our discussion. That's all I want to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Do other people have questions they'd like to ask before we move to public comment?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. And this update that you're giving, is this a requirement of the state as well to do a point in time update like you're giving?
Well, we are required to submit the annual planning report to the state by April 1st.
Okay.
And it's good practice for it to come from the town council.
Sure.
So yeah, there doesn't necessarily need to be a verbal presentation at the council meeting, but just the report is submitted to the council before we file it with the state.
Right. Got it. Thank you.
Does anybody else have a question that they'd like to ask? Okay, let's move to public comment.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here. Aside from our appointed town clerk not being here, Bryn Mickelip is not here. These are staff that should be involved in these meetings. I don't know about Bryn, but when interviewing the appointed town clerk, she said that she would be present at meetings. She was not present at the special town council meeting, and she's not here and hasn't spoken here. I think if she's not doing her job, you need to find a new town clerk. Thank you. Now on to this. There are two reports here. If you go to allocation table, we've met 2.2%. 3% is the math, 3.3 something percent of our requirements over 2 of the 9 years. We're failing, just like we failed despite your PR attempt at our evacuation attempt, where we got 3% of the people who actually made it out alive. 3% of this population made it out alive, and you want to build out Fairfax because you're unquestioning bowing to a crazy state program. There are other jurisdictions fighting this. We do not need to bend the way that you are bending. You are not doing your job to support the citizens' safety of Fairfax. I'd like you to detail, if you could please, Planning Director, how many ADUs have been built. You were going to come back, you stated previously at a prior meeting, and tell us what was going on. But ADU production had been in a downslope because of the crazy, strictest in California rent controls that this former town council implemented.
Thank you.
It's in the staff report. There were 15 built.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
We can wait for questions.
You didn't read anything.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. To go on with what Todd was saying, we were going to have this robust ADU program. So I was wondering if you could answer how many ADUs were built in the past year and what the projection is for the next year. And again, just as I've said many times, just because the legislature passes a law doesn't make it constitutional. The state's own auditor said that the numbers that were arrived by ABAG, et cetera, were incredibly faulty. People are leaving California. And there is no civilized country that I know of who puts its general population at a risk of death like the legislature has done, passing these absurd housing requirements. People are going to die. A lot of people are going to die. Oh, wait, Los Angeles.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Council. Michael McIntosh. Thank you, Andrew, for being present. It's been a while. My first comment is, and it's before anybody's time up here, after Michael and Frank left, we invited ABAG to a town council meeting. And at that time, ABAG acknowledged that these numbers come from the state. And ABAG also acknowledged that if we didn't take all this funding and grants from the state, we also didn't have to comply with their rules and regulations, as basically saying, take our money, build our housing. But the biggest problem that I see with all this housing that we're building in these dense little corridors, it's not just the fire where people can't get out. When people are scared, they're going to go down any lane they want, they're going to leave. The other part of the problem is the emergency response vehicles can't get in. So you have a gridlock. And my post on next door where I cited that I believe Barbara has cost this town in excess of $300 million by excluding my property from the housing element, which I'm happy to bring up here and support why. You're actually hurting the town. There are better opportunities of where we allocate these properties to be built on. And one of them, if you look at your housing element with your option 1 that talks about doing nothing or 61 homes by right, option 2, putting that housing of 50,000 square feet of mixed commercial use plus 200 additional units on my property would have had 53 mitigatable impacts. Again, this would have saved our town approximately $300+ million. I really encourage the town to look at a holistic approach instead of sprinkling it all around, because what that's going to do, it's going to encourage all the additional development for rebuilding our roads, rebuilding our utilities, all this access that we don't have. And I really, again, would encourage you guys to look at it holistically. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Deb London. I agree with Mark Bell and Michael Mack. And I just want to point out that as of March 2025, several California cities have resisted these insane state housing mandates by either failing to comply or actively opposing them. Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, Norwalk, Atherton, and then 122 out of 197 jurisdictions just plumb or not submitting to the state. This is insane. You know, we can just say no. We don't need it. Like Mark and Mike and everybody knows, the population of California is decreasing. And so is the population of Fairfax. We do not need this. This is a very sore point in Fairfax. And we can just point right now to Death Trap Towers, the 7-story building that you guys have approved to go up at School Street Plaza. It's insane. You're going to get a lot of pushback on that. We don't need it. It's gross. It's precedent setting. It's way too big. 243 units, and a very small percentage of them are low income. Look at that monstrosity they built in 4th Street on 3rd Street. Not on 4th Street, in San Rafael on 3rd Street. I looked up those rental houses. Do you know what the cheapest unit is there? $3,400. Do you know what a 2-bedroom was? Like 56, almost $6,000. So it's a bunch of BS. That this is not low, it's not income, it's just a money grab to get funding from the state. You have to just, this town of all little towns can't just be grabbing numbers out of the air and bending over for California, for the state of California. You need to say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other people in the room that would like to speak at this point? Okay, so let's move to Zoom.
There are 2 speakers on Zoom. The first speaker is Kay, followed by Kevin. Kay, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi again, Town Council. So again, you know, I'm so afraid School Street, 243 units, 7 stories. Plan was submitted to town. Half of it is 7 stories, Stephanie, if you look at it again. Plus it has a parapet, which is a wall. That means rooftop umbrellas, all that. My question is, and with that, I don't see how they could even put all that in 7 stories. So my question is, can they go higher than 7 stories? Also, parking is 1.3 per unit. I don't know any households that have 1 car, any even 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms. Can we do a traffic study? And the safety element, I appreciate that. And I think that should be a priority. I think we should be utilizing that safety element because it is a state requirement for evacuation and other fire safety concerns. And I think that needs to really be done ASAP, so we can maybe help with this School Street fiasco. Also, I'd like clarification on ADU production. So I saw that there were 16 permits per RENA cycle, but I haven't seen how many ADUs were built last year. So could I get clarification on that? And Barbara, your mic was on. We heard he does read the staff reports. Bye.
Thank you. And we'll address some of those questions when we get in with public comment. So thank you.
The next speaker is Kevin. Kevin, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Town Council. Jeff and Andrew, nice job. So I guess just first a suggestion, if possible, and that's, the school district, the Ross Valley School District, has also been embroiled in a lot of litigation and lawsuits and settlements, which has taken a lot of the revenue stream from that district. And you mentioned that tonight with Fairfax, the town having quite a bit on the books. So I just suggest that maybe you could have a situation where you have a special meeting that is mandatory upon the initiation of any litigation, so that you can give direction. It sounded like one from one of the previous meetings that
Is this a comment about the housing element?
it is. I'll move.
Okay.
I'll move straight to that. So good news from Ross Valley School District Board meeting on enrollment projections. Decreasing enrollment is expected to be ceasing, and now there is a 5 to 6 year projection by King Consulting this evening that you're going to be having increasing enrollment. And as you know, the school district is fighting for money for the teachers, and that's why we're looking at increasing the housing across the two towns, San Anselmo and Fairfax. So what building does is it creates more property taxes. It also creates more money for the school districts by the ADA, the funding per individual student. So I just suggest that we move forward on some of the programs, including going out to bid for the city-owned properties parcels circumventing Forest Avenue there. The school district needs the towns to assist with attracting of new students. I'd encourage a subcommittee to bridge the communication gap on what two traditionally separate local agencies can do to strengthen local mutual goals. And as I mentioned, that really means getting some more progress. We're just a little over 25% into this housing cycle on those within the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. And, if you have detailed comments about your suggestions, you're always also free to email the council. So bringing it back, I'm sure we have comments. So I see that Councilmember Kohler would like to go.
I just want to clarify, it is in the staff report that of the 16 units built in this period covered, which is 2023 through 2031, which 15 of the 16 are ADUs. It is in the staff report. The one was a single family home.
Right. And actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to sort of go back on what I just said. I would like to quickly have us answer the audience questions and then move to council member comments. I guess we've answered the ADU question. We did have some questions about, how high can they go in terms of stories? Has there been a traffic study? What does the safety element have to do with this? I don't know if you can answer those.
Well, we have a preliminary application for School Street, and that was submitted by the developer back in December, and they have 6 months per state law to submit a formal application for that, so they could come in any day on that, or they could wait the entire 6 months. So, but we don't have any additional information besides what's already online with that.
Okay, and I think maybe her question was legally, could they go higher?
With density bonus, yeah, you could potentially go higher.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. If I may add, we did launch a web page for all of the information that we do have in the preliminary application. So that is everything that we have. And we have asked the developer to hold a public workshop of their own to hear people's input and discuss, what the town people want before a final, full application. So we have asked for that. We will continue to ask for that, but it is not information that the town has other than what you see on the website.
Okay, so I will take it back to other council members. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Just wanted to mention, so there was no separate traffic study as part of the EIR that we did for the housing element. We looked at traffic. And so that was considered for all the sites that were in the housing element, correct? We certified that housing element.
Correct. Yeah,
as
there's a
well as the
traffic study.
EIR. So that was looking broadly at every site as well, as a housing element overall.
Yep, correct. There was a traffic study.
Mr. Gargelli?
What did the traffic study conclude?
It was part of the EIR. Andrew, he's asking, what did the EIR conclude? It was,
You guys had a traffic study along with this. What did the traffic study conclude when you add a 7-story building to our town? With
So
very little parking and whatnot.
Sorry, the traffic study was done by Fair and Peers. It was for the EIR, as Barbara mentioned. It looked at vehicle miles traveled, which is a cumulative metric. It didn't look at level of service, and it didn't look at impacts at particular intersections. Additionally, though, I would point out that in the draft safety element, to support policies in the draft safety element, there's an additional analysis of evacuation capacity. So looking at the full build out of the housing element and thinking about what that would do to emergency evacuation capacity on local roads. So there's that traffic study that was done as well.
And I guess he's asking also, like, what was the conclusion of that study in regards to traffic and I guess maybe safety? I'll let him ask you some question.
Yes. So the traffic study in the EIR was focused on vehicle miles traveled, and the metric that's established in state law is whether cumulatively with build out of the housing element, the town would be able to achieve a 15% reduction in vehicle miles traveled versus existing conditions. And the conclusion to that was yes, the vehicle miles traveled would be reduced below that 15% threshold. And the reason for that is two things, I think, primarily. One, because a good proportion of the housing units were in the town center area, so close to shops and services, close to the transit that's available in Fairfax. So the model assumed that there would be less need to travel longer distances because of the location of the housing. And then secondarily, the reliance on accessory dwelling units means the households would be smaller and there'd be fewer vehicles. So that was the conclusion of the EIR traffic study.
I have a follow-up questions about that. In Fairfax, we don't have a lot of jobs. People leave town to go to work. San Rafael is building significant dwellings, high rises. I heard up to 19 stories. Is that even possible? 16. Even now, it could take 45 minutes to close to an hour, depends on the day, just to get to 101 north or south, I guess, going down that way. Did they figure out how long it's going to take to get from Fairfax to the freeway as people travel to work?
That wasn't the focus of the traffic study for the EIR because per state law, the metric that they need to look at for the EIR was vehicle miles traveled, which is a cumulative metric of the distance that people are traveling, not travel times.
just the one thing to remember, the housing element for School Street Plaza showed 175 units. It did not show 243. And the developer can propose higher because of density bonuses. Those are things that have been in state law for years, and waivers and such. So we looked at 175 units as part of the housing element, so it's a little different.
Okay, other comments? Mr. Egger, are you ready to go?
Do you want comments on what's proposed here?
Well, we're kind of deliberating about accepting this report
Okay.
and allowing them to submit it to HCD in time for, that deadline. So it's like, I don't think we'll change the housing element as a result of this. It's more like we're reviewing the data and saying, yes, you can submit this to the state.
Okay. We should have an inventory of our existing affordable housing, the Bennett House, Victory Village, Sherwood Oaks, Marin Town Country Club, Piper Court Apartments, Park Road Community Housing down here, the various apartment buildings in town, Buckaloo Housing, the many duplexes. The state needs to know that Fairfax has a lot of affordable housing. It's not like we've been living in some kind of vacuum and not paying attention here at all. We've done a great job in protecting existing affordable housing and adding more. The School Street Plaza started out 175 units, and there was a programmatic environmental impact report, I guess, that addressed that number, and now it's 243 units. I don't know. I guess there's going to be an amendment to the programmatic environmental impact report. I looked at the plan. It's got an expanded town center. I don't know when the town center got expanded beyond Lumberyard over to Olima Road. But it is, I guess. I don't know. It's just for the record, I participated in most of the hearings, public hearings, on the housing element throughout 2022, 2023. I actually opposed the town council approval of the housing element as adopted. That included up to 7 high-rise housing tower sites in downtown Fairfax, and the programmatic environmental impact report that was tainted by conflicts of interest. This was all during 2023 and was finalized on December 13th, 2023. And I spoke throughout the process. There are better alternatives than what was adopted by the previous town council. The annual report is something, I guess, that has to be done. That was before Frank came on the council. I was not part of that process, other than as a citizen, private citizen, testifying at various hearings. I will be voting no on the resolution because I was not part of it, and I totally disagree with what the results. There are better alternatives. Thank you.
Okay. And so you mean you'll be voting no, that we won't just submit this report to HCD, right? That's it here. Okay. Councilmember Kohler, Councilmember Hellman, did you have any questions or statements? Because I have a couple questions when you're done. Okay, so I'm just going to move on. We have done some work on the ADU, JADU awareness. Have we done any in-person workshops?
No, not separately as a town. We've just been going through the ADU center.
Okay, just curious if that was going to happen, because I think sometimes people respond really well to in-person. And I think it looks like we've implemented a discount program on fees or permits. Is that?
We did that many years ago.
Right,
So
right.
I brought that many years ago, that it would be a couple of things. There was an amnesty program that I brought years ago that allowed people to come into the cold without any penalties. And all ADUs and JADUs, we charge 50% of the fees. We have updated those policies, so it goes another 10 years. And I think this council would probably continue that, but we did that separately. And so we continue those, the 50% of the fees for folks bringing illegals in from the cold, no penalties, as well as 50% of the fees. And for new ADUs, same thing.
Great, thank you, because I had a question from a member of the public, so I just want to get clear on that. I did want to say, I'm very interested in us, doing workshops or expanding use of housing choice vouchers in town. I think it's one of the positive things we can do around tenants and landlords that kind of probably benefits both. And actually, like either in conjunction with that, and other work around ADUs. I've kind of said this before. I don't know if there's any way to do this. The county was working on this, so I'd like us to kind of keep track of what the county's doing. They have been talking, the thing that a lot of people say is missing from the ADU, JADU part is that we're providing technical assistance in building your ADU and your JADU, but I think some people may actually also need some sort of technical assistance in the mechanics of being a landlord and selecting a tenant, and in their rights and responsibilities. So I'd, love to see more workshops that talked about both that and fair housing issues. So maybe we can just keep track of what the county says it's doing around that effort, because I think it would benefit both tenants and landlords. And then the disavowal of racially restrictive covenants, that's 4G. I think that we could put that in the next newsletter and remind people about this, just because next month is Fair Housing Month. So that's it. Those are my comments.
Well, just one quick thing. Remember, that program started before the state law went into effect, which required Shelley Scott to amend all covenants that have that in there, so people don't have to physically do it themselves.
Right, that's a good reminder, because it used to be kind of cumbersome and people had to really want to do it. But I think it'd be nice to just remind people about it, or just, talk about it in some way, since it is on our housing element and we are coming up on Fair Housing Month. Maybe not. We could think about it. Okay, Mr. Garanghelli?
Fairfax has always had one of the best values for rents in the county. I think someone out there quoted some of the price, and I researched prices of those new apartments and new buildings in Santa Fe that they're putting up, and they're way more expensive than what people charge for rents here in Fairfax. One of the reasons why, I was asked to run was to, defend Fairfax from having to lose its small town character, to keep its charm. And I do truly believe the state isn't always correct. I mean, just because they're asking doesn't mean that we should sit there and not ask questions and I guess even push back, because that's what, our residents don't want what's happening. And I don't mean any one particular thing. I'm talking about in general. And there's a lot of other ways to create more housing in California. And it's not by piling on in the small towns that are already stretched with their infrastructures. We can't even afford to pave our streets now, let alone with the impact of whatever amount of units they want to tell us we have to do. So that's why I'm sitting here. With Frank, I'll vote no against this also, just because we don't agree with the direction this is going in. So that's all I got to say.
Right. So I think we're going to take a vote. And again, I'm just going to confirm that all we are voting on is that we're going to send a report about our progress to date to HCD.
Okay,
Correct.
I'll make the motion, which is adopt a resolution of the Fairfax Town Council accepting Fairfax Annual Progress Report for the General Plan and Housing Element Calendar CY 2024. Does somebody want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, can we get a vote, roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ager.
No.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
No.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to move on now to the third item that we added to the agenda, which
Thank
is...
you, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah. Whoosh, disappeared. And thank you, Jeff, for, answering questions and preparing this report. So we're going to move on to the council goals. And I actually, we do have a little bit of a report on this. I'm not sure if any of us have any questions since we sort of constructed it, but do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I do have a brief slideshow. I find sometimes the visuals help. This is based entirely on item 3D in the packet, which has more information. But as you know, last week, the council held a strategic goals meeting / annual report. And on the next slide, you'll see the the council discussed for some time between 9:30 and 2:30 or 3 p.m. The goals that the town should have, and there was a information that was provided about the accomplishments in the last year and information about the work that the staff needs to do. And ultimately, the council came up with 6 main goals. And so I want to run you through those today. Road maintenance and infrastructure. And that included identifying funding opportunities in and outside the town's budget, completing or starting bridge projects to enhance the connectivity and safety, pending federal funding. So as you may recall, we have 6 bridge projects going in town. They are all almost 100% funded by federal highway funds. So if that does not materialize, that will materially impact those projects. Increase sidewalks and ensure pedestrian safety. And as you
Increase crosswalks, not sidewalks.
Oh, did I say sidewalks? I meant crosswalks. Thank you.
Thanks.
And as you recall, in the last fiscal year, the town council approved spending $170,000 on sidewalk improvements. Sidewalks are maintenance of sidewalks are the responsibility of the adjoining property owner. But because sidewalks are so important to mobility in town and part of the age-friendly emphasis of the town, the council decided to go ahead and invest that one-time funds. So that is something that is, I would say, well underway and something that the council identified as a continuing need. Also improve parking availability, especially in the downtown areas. So one of our plans for the next fiscal year will be to host workshops with downtown merchants and residents, not in a council meeting, but workshops where businesses and residents can talk to each other about their needs and try to give us some input about how best to resolve the conflicts between the various needs downtown, which include parking and seating and bike parking and loading zones. And so then going on to the next slide.
You missed one in our thing, develop a downtown safety report, including a parking study.
I'm sorry, yes. And so I'll go back there. So for the downtown safety report, that is something that fits very well into some of the work that Andrew and Jeff will be doing and have started with the Planning Commission in looking at the downtown. So I think that'll be very good. Going on to the next. Housing and community development was a focus area for the council. And this specifically included addressing housing needs that comply with state laws and local priorities. And in fact, you just took action in that realm. Revive community spaces to foster engagement and enhance quality of life. And you'll see later on the consent calendar, we have been meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and talking about events downtown. So we'll continue to work on that. Promote housing stability and explore options for local affordability. And we've heard that loud and clear. Next slide, please. The third of 6 was public safety, fire, and emergency preparedness. And so, as you know, the town has a police department, which is great, and that's something that's very, it's actually unique in our area. So Fairfax and Ross have their own police departments, but San Anselmo and others participate in the Central Marin Police Department. And so the council also acknowledged that while the police department is not exclusive to, or sorry, the fire department is not exclusive to Fairfax, that fire was a very important area. So working with the fire JPA and working on emergency preparedness. Exploring funding opportunities to enhance public safety and preparedness, refocusing on disaster preparedness, continuing the Citizens Disaster Council, and collaborating with Fire Safe Marin, Firewise, and the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority to increase community awareness. And they also decided to disband what could be a duplicative committee, which was the Citizens Emergency Preparedness Committee in favor of the Citizens Disaster Council. Increase Alert Marin participation. Our participation in Fairfax is actually quite good, I think top in the county, but always room for improvement there. Explore the use of license plate readers to enhance security. And I know Councilmember Egger mentioned that earlier on another topic. Explore increased cell phone reception for increased safety. And that is, as many people know, an issue with connectivity in our hill areas in particular. Explore use of LRADs with the Ross Valley Fire Department and
No, it's
What are
Marin
LRADs?
Wildfire. That's
Marin
where
Wildfire.
that's where we've been doing a lot of those.
And can you clarify what LRADs are?
Yeah, so we have a siren system that is located downtown, basically in our corporation yard, and we can blare that siren if there is an emergency, but it cannot speak. It does not reach every location within Fairfax, and other jurisdictions have experimented with systems that LRAD system that can say a message, that can, if you place more of them, you might be able to get overcome some of the issues of people in certain areas, whether it be hillside or pockets that cannot hear the siren right now. LRADs are a newer technology and very expensive. And so that was the reason for working with Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, because that's a significant potential funding source. And then assuring safety, comprehensive safety strategy for downtown and surrounding areas.
And I would just change that to develop a comprehensive safety strategy. Just, I think that's really where we're going with it, but thank you.
Good. And then the next slide is the fourth bullet point, if you will, in the strategy, budget stability and organizational efficiency. So the council recognized that the current budget is stable and wanted to maintain town fiscal stability, including complying with the town's 25% reserve policy. That's considered very conservative and meets or actually exceeds the financial goals that many of the cities use. Improve organizational efficiencies, including software upgrades, technology improvements, and explore reducing staff. Encourage department heads to regularly report on activities at council meetings. Investigate the value of becoming a charter city. Councilmember Ager mentioned that as well on a different topic. Explore issuing an RFP for a new auditor. And then ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion principles are embedded in day-to-day functions and decision-making. So the next 5th out of 6 priorities was civility, inclusivity, and community engagement. And this included encouraging a citizens academy to boost community involvement and knowledge. And I'll be talking about that a little bit later in the manager's report. Enhance civility and engagement within the town council and the broader community. Foster more opportunities for resident participation and inclusivity in town activities or affairs. Promote a welcoming environment for all residents to participate in town meetings and decision-making. Create opportunities for meaningful dialogue without division or hostility. And then the 6th priority was commitment to the environment. And there was a pretty robust discussion about this. And this included celebrating and maintaining open space. And the council made a major step forward on that in this past year with acquisition of the Wall property. SB 1383 compliance. This is the statewide compliance effort that is around solid waste and particularly composting that we have been reporting back to the state on more recently and working through programs to make sure that we are in compliance and therefore not fined by the state. Continue commitment to town facility decarbonization. This building has an electric heat pump system for air conditioning and heating, and also an electric induction stove. So just an example there. Continue public and fleet EV conversion. And we talked about the 3 fully electric vehicles that the town now owns and several hybrids as well. And then continue pursuing the CAP or Climate Action Plan implementation. So
can I just add something? Yeah. I think we ran out of time, and one of the things that was on our slides that we had was, and I know the Planning Commission took this up, but because of other things, I've talked to the planning director about trying to complete it this year, which is adopting a dark sky ordinance. I'm not sure where the other council members were, but we ran out of time when we got to this, so I think we forgot about it.
I can address that. Yeah, so significant work has already been done on the dark sky initiative, and it's been in the Planning Commission's realm. And as we start to change out, for example, it's on the work plan to change out the current remaining sodium lights that are in our public atmosphere, right? Not private, privately owned. Then we will make sure that those have, shields and covers and are appropriate so that people can enjoy that dark sky.
I just want to throw out there that we may want to add that as a bullet, and I don't know the way other council members feel, but I just think we ran out of time and we were rushing on that one.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, why not say adopt one?
So I'm going to write in there, adopt dark sky policies.
I think it's actually an ordinance. I would ask Jeff, raise your hand. Is it an ordinance? Okay.
Okay, very good. So in the 3 years that I have been here, we've held the retreat, and then I really wanted to make sure that these goals were front and center and that we had fidelity towards them as we bring items to the council, as new agenda items come up, that we're checking to make sure, do these fit our the previously established goals of the council. So it's been on consent in other years, and I think this is a great opportunity to really highlight it. And it's completely up to you whether, next year you want to bring this as a presentation like this at the regular meetings. Previously, I believe this was all handled during the retreat and didn't come back for a second adoption, if you will.
Okay. Do we have any comments? I guess we're going to actually, we don't do questions because we already, unless somebody has questions, I think we go to public comment, right? Okay, sorry about that. Because I guess we developed it. So unless any council member has a comment, a question, not a comment, a question at this time, we'll listen to the public and then we'll make comments if we have them. Okay. Is it okay to move on to public comment? Everybody's good with that? Okay, so let's move on to public comment.
Cindy Swift, Fairfax. And I am doing this based on what I saw in the staff report. So I realize these are council's goals and don't necessarily reflect the community's goals, but I was disappointed in looking at the staff report that the council, noting Fairfax's environmental leadership and history, did not include a comprehensive, and I want to stress comprehensive, dark sky lighting ordinance for the town under its commitment to the environment focus area. Light pollution is a known conservation and environmental issues, and there are folks in our own community, as well as others in the county, that are watching Fairfax and how it addresses this issue, hoping that Fairfax continues that history of environmental leadership.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I was one of the few people who attended the special town council annual retreat meeting, and I attended the year before. And I'm quite dismayed at what occurred there. There was a disruptive council member who chastised other council members, pointed her finger at them, yelled at them, accused them, made false accusations. And she said, "You expect me to listen to a white man?" She expressed racist comments, and she's needing to be retrained. She's not suitable for this town council or to serve Fairfax. And I want to draw your attention to what the remedies are in California for a misbehaving town council member. 1, censure and fines. 2, removal from meetings. 3, progressive disciplinary actions. 4, ethics violations. 5, reporting authorities. 6, public investigations. 7, resignation. 8, legal recourse. I'll spare that individual here the naming, but those of you who are council members, I believe there are California laws that require you to act. I suggest you consult with your attorneys or your town attorney about what is incumbent upon you, and that you take action regarding this hostile town council member. Okay, back to this annual retreat goals. Parking study cost. We just heard Andrew Hill speak to the cost or to what the study consists of. There are huge costs, and what Mr. Hill and this council failed to disclose is what Mr. Ager brought up as a private citizen before, that the PEIR that this firm, Diet and Basha, conducted
Thank you,
has
Todd.
been
Can
sued
you
in
send us
Sonoma, and they lost.
Send us the rest of your comments. Thank you so much. Mr. Bell?
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I attended the meeting, but of course you only have 2 minutes to say something in the beginning, which is in a way quite silly. So I would say what should happen or add to the list of goals, number one, leave flood zone 9. It's a total boondoggle. What, they did $2 million worth of projects for $55 million that they've taken in. They're still taking in money. We're still paying. Why? I think we need to find out how effective the $50,000 a year that we're paying for increased street sweeping. How effective is that? I don't know how to measure that. Maybe the public works crew, who are very capable, can figure that out. Obviously, the other guy can't. Road maintenance, as I mentioned in the 2 minutes, anything that deals with road impact fees, et cetera, should be put into a segregated account and only spent on fixing the roads, period. You take in $13,300,000, you don't spend $500,000 on the road, you spend all the $1.3 million. As I said at the meeting, I believe we need a forensic accountant. And I bring an example, the restriping of the Cascade debacle. When I got the public records about halfway through, at the top of every email, it started stating, be careful what you put in your email. Somebody might actually access this through a public records request. Really? If it's above board, why would somebody write that? Why? Maybe you can ask her. Really, how many people do we need to look at sidewalks?
Thank you. Next, please.
Deb London, I just hooked on to something that Cindy said. It sounds a lot like what's going on at this retreat is once again exercising your personal agendas. So I believe she's absolutely correct. I'm not sure that any of that is representing the interests of the community and the residents and the 3,000 people who voted down Measure I and who voted Frank and Mike in. And I hope that, I don't know, Frank and Mike, do you have any representation in these goals? It just, I'm wondering, because you're probably, yeah? Okay, good. So what, Stephanie? You're shaking your head no, because they don't seem to get any consideration beyond the two of them by any of you guys, any of the three ladies. So I just want to make sure they do have representation up there and that it's not all about your own personal agendas, once again, continuously. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments online?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay. I think I see. And you're turning the mic off. Thank you so much, Michael.
I was hoping to make a
Oh,
comment.
okay. Let's let Michael have his comment and then we're going to close it out.
Thank you. I think Mark brought up a really good point about getting out of Flood District 9. The figure of $55 million is over a year old. San Anselmo has already had their own initiative and got out of Flood District 9. The funds that were expended, in fact, in Fairfax by Katie Rice for our little retention basin had pre-existing knowledge that wouldn't really help because you're not allowed to put trees within that flow of the water, and there's trees out there. This has really just been a grab for funds. And so I really support that. All the way down to when they wanted to tear out the walls behind Bridge Street. And then when they said no, because make an impact to 27 residents downstream, then they said, well, we'll put in temporary baffles. This is nothing more than a money grab to just keep employment going. That's unnecessary. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So there's nobody on Zoom, right? Okay, I just wanted to comment quickly that I actually gave people 3 minutes before for public comment at the retreat. And, you know, whether I agree with the statement or not, I think there was a little bit more to the statement that was made than was represented by Mr. Greenberg. And I'm not going to comment on whether it was appropriate or not, but it had a little bit to do with who was listening to who and being asked to move the camera. So I'd like to hear a little bit more from people about their, about whether they want to have the dark sky ordinance included as our commitment to the environment. I'm not sure about flood zone 9 because I think that would come back to us in a different way than being a goal, but people can talk about that. So I'm just going to open it up to comments.
I'll go. So I think I already added adopting a dark sky ordinance, and I don't know about putting the word comprehensive because it's ordinance and policies, so that infers comprehensive. We had a couple of changes, explore use of LRADs with Marin Wildfire, MWPA, and develop a comprehensive safety strategy for downtown and surrounding areas. I would just also say that we were all at the retreat. I had to leave at 2:30 for a doctor's appointment, and I think folks stayed a little bit longer. Everybody spoke at that retreat. Everybody had input. We didn't vote on these items. We didn't all love everything that was in there, but we all agreed to come together, was my recollection of the retreat.
Mr. Gurgilly?
Yeah, I do agree that there's a lot of give and take, ebb and flow at that meeting. And
Rowdy
I
give and
think
take.
it's a consensus that maybe not everyone agreed with everything on on any one person's ideas, but most, or if not a lot of it was included, whether it was my thoughts or other people's thoughts. So I thought that was a fruitful meeting. I will say that, as we know, when you campaign, that's when you really hear from people. And I've never heard from one person in my entire life worried about and concerned about whether we have a dark sky ordinance. I think every time we spend time on this type of stuff, I like to learn more about it. I guess I like to learn more about it, but my gut tells me it's just one more thing we're getting involved with that. Can you please leave people alone? My gosh, how many rules and regulations do we need in this world? And not one person said, Mike, I really want that dark sky ordinance. This is made up stuff in my estimation, my humble estimation. I'd love to learn more. Someone wants to convince me that that's a needed thing, but not one person mentioned it. They mentioned a lot of other things that we've talked about, but never a dark sky ordinance. They wanted their sidewalks, their crosswalks striped. They wanted the roads paved. They wanted a lot of things, but they definitely didn't want that. And I think, really, let's focus on paving our streets.
So I just want to mention that I did receive a number of emails about the dark sky ordinance. And I think if I can get some clarity, it's impacting town facilities. Is it impacting residential or commercial properties?
So generally, if you had a dark sky ordinance policies, it would kind of be more holistic. So you would look at updating public right-of-way standards. So if street lights are replaced, they'd be replaced with a street light, which would be dark sky friendly. It would potentially have, baffles on it to prevent glare. And then also you'd incorporate a zoning section so that when private property developed, they would also use dark sky fixtures. And we sort of already do that when something goes through the planning commission. We have like a condition of approval that requires dark sky fixtures to be used. So it would be kind of an ordinance, but then also policies that would apply to kind of when the town does things.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that I have received emails from people complaining about the street lights, saying that all the lights in their neighborhood were driving them nuts. So, I have heard it. It didn't come up when I was walking neighborhoods, but it definitely came up when it came up before the Planning Commission, and people sent me emails about it.
I thought we already put dark sky ordinance in the housing element, did we not? I mean, I remember we talked about it a really long time ago, and I just thought it was going to the planning commission and ultimately on its way to the council.
So having been on that subcommittee, I do recall that was part of what we included and not some sort of overburdening kind of thing. But I know the planning, I mean, to me, having it on as a specific goal is not necessarily the biggest thing in the world, since the Planning Commission is already taking this up. And I think what I'm hearing from my fellow council member is we don't want to be overburdensome. We don't want to require things that will be very expensive, but we want to make everybody comfortable in this town.
Great. So other comments about the goals? I'm not clear at this point whether we're taking dark sky off, but Mr. Egger.
Yes, thank you. Talking about the dark sky ordinance updates, night lights have impacts on wildlife, and I think that's an okay proposal. It'd be consistent with the major energy conservation program, and I think every city in this county ought to be on a major energy conservation program instead of going out looking for nuclear energy because we need more electricity. How about a major statewide energy conservation program? The one problem I have, so the annual treat was basically a staff report on the priorities of the previous town council. I understand that for 2024. And the 2025 proposal were the staff's. We were able to add an item or two. We did that, few items. We were able to add some items. But I'm looking at under building for the future planning and public works. And the bottom item is housing element implementation and developer outreach. So I'm trying to be consistent with my votes. This will change Fairfax from a small town village to an urban city if in fact it's a huge issue in Fairfax as far as what's going to happen with future development. So I really can't vote for that one, even though I like a lot of what's in here. That's almost the poison pill for me in this whole program.
Are we voting? So I'm actually confused now. I mean, I feel like we have the staff report that talks about different departments' goals, and then our goals are the first couple of pages, but are we voting on the entire packet, or are we just voting on our goals, which are the first 2 pages?
We're discussing the council
Just the
goals.
first 2 pages, right?
Right. So, you're just really giving direction to staff that these are your priorities. And as I recall in the retreat, that item in particular was discussed, and it was important for some council members to include that language about complying with state law, because I'm assuming we had discussions previously about the potential ramifications of not complying with state law or suing the state, which could be very, very expensive.
Yes. So Frank, on the first page of the staff report, the first bullet under item number 2, address housing needs while complying.
Right. So here's the question I have. Is it approving 2 pages or approving the whole packet?
Well, I think isn't it the actual goals
It's
themselves?
just the 2
The
pages.
2 pages.
The 2
yes.
pages.
Only 2 pages.
Yeah.
Not the annual retreat report and
Well, that's what staff, this is
it's-
what staff presented to us last week.
understand.
Yeah, no.
I was not in favor of that, of many of this
Yeah,
proposal.
and I think that the report was about different departments' goals that were presented to us, and then we came up with our own goals.
It's not a report, Mayor. Excuse me. It's not a report.
Sorry.
It's just it was a PowerPoint presentation that was presented at the retreat. It's not a report. It's not what's being adopted tonight. It's a PowerPoint presentation that was put together by the staff members and the town manager to present to the council about the work that's been done over the last fiscal year. It's not a report, and it's not what the council is considering for adoption tonight.
I have a question.
What I'm reading is, and Councilmember Hellman pointed out, number 2, housing and community development, addressing housing needs while complying with state laws and local priorities. You know, I was part of a town council that challenged state laws 4 times and all the way to the Supreme Court. And we overturned some state laws here. Now, I'm not saying Fairfax has to be the lead in taking on these draconian housing laws that that State Senator Scott Wiener and his developer buddies put together. But there's a major effort going statewide to try to take on these state laws and overturn them.
Would you like to change that bullet point? I mean, I thought we agreed on it, but if you'd like to recommend a change?
Without,
Oh, I thought we were all aligned that we weren't going to break the law.
it's not breaking the law, it's challenging the laws. There's a difference.
Well, I think we have plenty of litigation going on right now. I personally don't want to put the town in.
You know, also, I think, by
risk.
the way, I think that just because, let's just say we said, we did at the meetings, everyone, this is what came out of it. I don't think we have to agree on every single thing. If we, here's a question for the town attorney. If, for instance, I'm not housing and community development, the first bullet point, I'm not for that either. I agree with Frank. I'm interested in addressing housing needs. I'm not interested in necessarily complying with draconian laws. Okay, but that by agreeing to this doesn't mean that it can't be used against us for if we decide to look further into it and you know, I mean, this isn't, I mean, and there's other things in here might have been something I kind of liked and someone on here might not
There were,
liked.
yeah, there were things
So
that
this
were.
is just in general, right? We're not agreeing that every single one of these points by every member agrees with every one of these
There
points.
were things that I
Excuse
didn't
me.
particularly love that were in there. I think we all sort of
Let's read the
came
first thing.
together, and I didn't agree with everything, but I felt like we were working together and we were compiling our collective list, which we may not love every item that's on there.
But I just don't want to have to be held to, you know, something like we're going to address housing needs and not do anything else. I want the right to be able to do it, and I'm sure Frank does, and other people might want to comply. That's okay. As a council, we'll be voting on things. But I want to have the right to disagree with anything that's on here.
And can, I mean,
I
I
don't
want,
want to, by saying yes to this, I don't want them to say, well, Mike, you agreed to it, or Frank, you agreed to it, because I'd rather just vote no on it and then just be a good team player anyway. But I don't want to agree to every single thing, just like I'm sure they don't. So maybe, how does that even work?
I want to add something. So these are big picture goals. We also agreed.
75,000 feet, right?
And right. And so the idea is also, as was conveyed at the retreat, we won't be able to do every one of these things. And these things would come to you as, for example, on housing stuff, it would come to you as separate items. It's not going to come to you as one big thing. It's really something will come to you and you may not want to vote for it.
We have
That
the
deals
right
with-
to agree or disagree.
Right. So these are just, like you say,
Is that right?
75-foot goals, 1,000-foot goals, and they're really just big picture and a collection of what we all put together. And there were things I didn't necessarily agree with either.
And I think a lot of the things that, maybe I didn't agree with were things like we will explore. But we also changed, from historical goals, we've kind of changed the categories somewhat as well. And then the things that fall under them. So I think that that was a, interesting process compared to, prior. We had a lot more to talk about. And so I think that the town clerk wanted to say something, and I think other council members might want to say things as well. But did you have a clarification? No. Okay.
I have one. I think it does pigeonhole us when we say we're going to do an exact thing. It says address housing needs to me. That's all you need to say. Now, one person may have one way of doing it, another person has another. But when you put that in there as your goals, sounds to me like that could be used against you. Like the state would say, or someone would say, well, you guys have a goal of complying with state laws and local priorities. And it's like, there's no wiggle room in that.
So I think
what can you disagree with? Just do whatever they tell you to do. That's what you're saying.
Okay. So yeah, one of the reasons that I was like, oh, just put it, the consent calendar, because then we'd kind of relitigate it a little bit. But, if, do we want to make some changes that say just address housing needs and drop the complying with state laws and local priorities? Or do we just want to say, yeah, we don't agree with everything on this, but, as a council, we're going to.
I guess, if I may, because it was my recommendation to put that in there.
Okay.
I wanted to get some alignment on the council that we were not going to sue the state because I'm deeply concerned about our budget. And as I know you are, Mike. So, if you want to do whatever you want to do to explore other, ideas of how to get around this and that, but, complying with the law is important to me. I think the community would like that confirmation as well. I didn't run on a platform that I was going to break the law. I don't think you did either.
I'm sure there's laws that come up that we at one point or another we disagree with. I'm not against. I'm for most laws. How about that?
I've got a suggestion here. Listen to this one. So I'm looking at number 2. It says housing community development. Dropping while complying with. So it would say address housing needs, comma, state laws and local priorities.
Address state laws.
Right.
Address housing needs, comma,
let him make a
state
suggestion.
laws. Look at them. Let's see how we can best deal with them, and local priorities. Just taking the words while complying with out.
No.
I'm going to say I'm kind of okay with that because I think if there's some opportunity to get to something, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I personally think it would be absolutely catastrophic to the town to try to sue the state.
I'm terrified that anybody on this dais doesn't like the word complying with laws. How is that?
So how are we
How
going to?
is that problematic?
Well, how about reviewing state laws?
There's some bad laws out there. That's why.
But as a sworn, member of the council, I think we're supposed to comply with laws.
No, we're
But I
not
think
gonna.
that-
We're not gonna defy a law. We're going to challenge a law. There's a difference.
Okay.
Well,
So like, how are we going to get around this thing where we have a disagreement about the, the wording? Like, because, we kind of agreed to it. We had this long day. Now we're kind of going, oh, what about that? So how are we going to get around this impasse?
Drop the word comply. Like Frank just suggested, we're going to address state laws. We're going to address priorities of the local and address housing needs. Or really, it's about addressing housing needs, but sure.
What do you think?
So if we're addressing housing needs,
And local
state
priorities.
laws and local priorities, we're going to be looking at everything. We're going to be looking at the state laws and how they intersect with Fairfax. I mean,
For the record, I've never sued a person in my life, so I don't like suing anybody, especially the state. But to challenge it is a different.
Right. And just challenging it, I'll say, has cost a lot of communities like millions. So, we're just going to keep that in mind, but that doesn't stop us from trying to come up with a solution here. Councilmember Kohler, do you have any suggestions here?
Okay. I think we need to comply with state laws, and whether or not people on this dais do not agree with complying with state laws, that's something they can take up individually. As we spoke, and I think, Frank, I just want to say, appreciate you trying to come up with some additional language. I'm not about challenging state laws. I don't want to be put into receivership. That's what's happening. So I think we should just keep it the way it is. And if you want to vote no, go for it. If this gives you that much heartburn, but I would like to finish this. We spent about 6 hours on this one day. And I think we came to some conclusions, not all perfect, but let's just finish this darn thing. It's already 10:30.
Like that word complying that
Well,
much.
I would like to comply with the law. Maybe that's something that you don't want to do.
Well, let me tell you, in 2017,
It's
when I
fine.
sued President Trump in federal court and took him down at the Ninth Circuit,
Okay.
I was challenging the law that he was operating under.
Well, you
Okay.
can work
Were
on
you
President Trump as
representing
well.
the town at that point? That's the thing. And so for me, it's just a concern that we don't set up red flags about that would end us in millions of dollars of trouble.
So I want to make, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. If it dies, it dies. I want to make a motion that the town council approve the town council goals with leaving the bullet 1 as stated, changes to item 3, the strategy, and item 6, under commitment to the environment, include adopt a dark sky ordinance and policies. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Councilmember Ager.
I'm going to move for an amendment to, to change the words while complying with to review state laws. While complying with comes out and the word review goes in.
So I'm not accepting that amendment.
I'm not asking you to accept it. I'm making a motion to
I'll second
amend.
that.
All right,
The-
wait a minute. I think you need to make a substitute motion.
Okay, just restate it as a substitute. Yeah, just like we're gonna.
Quiet, Michael, for once.
Can we, okay, let's be, so can we, let's get calm here a little bit. So we're just kind of, haven't done as many substitute motions in recent years. So we're just kind of hashing around about how to do the substitute motion. And yes, people can keep making substitute motions. That is what happens. But I think, Mr. Egger, if you want to restate it as a substitute motion
Well,
rather than an
if that
amendment.
makes you feel better, I'll move a substitute motion then to, in effect, remove while complying and add the word while complying with and add the word review. So it would read, address housing needs, review state laws and local priorities. That's the substitute motion.
And with accepting the other changes that I outlined? The other changes that I outlined.
Your change.
So she made changes about exploring the use of
I'm not
LRADs.
touching what you changed.
No, if you're going to do a substitute motion, if it passed, you would, assuming it's going to pass, you would want to say with the other changes that were discussed.
Well, the changes, I don't have the written verbiage that you had for all those changes, okay? You said what they were, I don't have them. But the fact is, if in fact, that's why I just wanted to amend your motion, that's all.
But
It
I'm
was
not
pretty
accept-
simple.
All right, well, I'm not accepting the amendment. So you're doing a
If
substitute
there's a motion
motion.
and a second to amend, that motion is heard. If it passes, it passes. If it
Let's hear
doesn't
from the
pass,
town attorney. I
then
don't
we're
think
back to the
so.
original
Go
motion.
ahead, let's hear
Okay,
from the
folks.
town attorney.
I think what would help here, it is a substitute motion. I think can you repeat the things that you would like for him to have in his substitute motion?
Okay, so Frank's substitute motion he already stated, but it would have
So okay,
a few changes. I'm just adding it because you didn't have them written down. Under item 3, the top 2 bullets at the top of page 2, explore use of LRADs with Marin wildfire, MWPA, in quotes. Instead of ensure, develop a comprehensive safety strategy for downtown and surrounding areas. And under item 6, add a new bullet, adopt a dark sky ordinance and policies.
What was that last bullet again? Say it.
Adopt a dark sky ordinance and policies.
Okay, yeah, okay. And so that is basically the original motion. My motion is just to amend your motion to change.
Okay, Frank, are you okay with what she said and adding that into your?
I've got no
specific
problem
motion?
with what she said.
Okay, so
I've
you're
agreed
cool
to
with
that.
that? Okay,
The only thing I'm trying to do is to change
right.
the
We
couple
got
of
that.
words. That's all.
We got that. We got that. So he needs a second.
Before I say what I'm going to say is this, some things have just been changed. Frank has agreed to it. He wants one change. I'm going to second it.
Well, you're agreeing to the whole motion with all of those changes
To the 2
that
pages.
Barbara just read. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're seconding.
Frank's, yeah, we agree with what Barbara
Okay.
said, and I agree that Frank wants to make a slight change, and I agree with him.
And that's a
That's a
substitute.
second.
Yeah, right.
Substitute
So let's
motion.
vote on that. Is everybody clear on what they're voting on?
Yes.
Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
No.
Vice Mayor Hellman, Mayor Blash.
I'm just going to say yes because I think we need to compromise.
Okay. So it passes.
Okay.
Okay, and Mayor, we're past the 10 o'clock rule, so I'd like to make a motion that we continue on because we just have the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. And
Quick.
let's go for it.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
I thought you were doing Councilmember Egger first.
I mean, Councilmember Ager, sorry. Excuse me. Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So I wanted to move us on to future agenda items. I just wanted to kind of want to
Consent
keep.
calendar.
Oh, sorry, consent calendar. Okay.
No, we didn't even.
I'm
do it.
tired. Okay, we'll do consent calendar. Whoopsie. Let's go.
Which
Isn't item F being pulled?
yeah,
Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, please pull item. Yeah, no, you pulled E previously.
E, yeah.
But I'm referring to
Oh,
item
the other
F,
thing, yeah.
which is the
I'm sorry.
chamber event street closure. We will bring that back in April when it is more ripe.
Okay, so we have a
Do you need a
consent.
motion to remove item F completely from the agenda?
Second.
You can do it that way, or you can approve the
Or we can just
Without.
approve it
calendar
without.
accepting
Yeah.
that one
We
and
just
not
approve it without, so can we, somebody move to approve the consent calendar
Have
without
to
E and F?
actually take public comment.
Sorry. Okay, let's do public comment. Sorry, folks, I'm just really tired. So we are, but I'm going to say, I think what the proposal is that we're going to vote on the consent calendar without E and F because we already addressed E and F will be addressed at a future meeting. So let's go forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I'm not sure the mic's working like it used to. It's been turned down a little bit. How's the sound up there? Okay, so consent calendar. I've objected before to the new format since Mayor Blash took over on how the meetings are being conducted and how the consent calendar is being done, in that now you don't have an easy count of how many items are on the consent calendar. So I'm just going to count it out manually here, take up some of my time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 items on the consent calendar.
One.
And this numbering schema, this labeling schema makes it very difficult. 3A, 3B, 3C, they're all different things. They're part of the consent calendar. Why not just label them with numbers, please, going forward for easy reference? Now, that being said, receive financial statement and disbursement reports earlier. This is the most important thing, and I'm glad Finance Director Vivrette is here. The answer was a real skirt around the bush, or whatever you want to say. Answer. Finance Director Vivrette has truthfully answered to me in writing before that we do have an operating deficit. Yes, Councilwoman Hellman, cash flows and Town Manager Abrams, cash flows do vary month to month. Timing comes in different buckets. But this is an annual statement that you are accepting that some of the council members up here don't seem to understand. There is a $1.5 million operating deficit in this consent calendar. Now, the mid-year budget just updated it, and it sounds like he's going to do better just because, wow, we've got more taxes coming in, not because this town's being managed well. Please admit, say you're sorry that you've been misleading people.
Thank you, Todd.
We have a
Can we
deficit.
Thank you, Todd. That's
And
enough.
we have.
Todd, thank you. Mr. Bell needs to speak. Thank you.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. As I mentioned before, I don't know quite where to bring this up, but in the consent calendar, November 2024, it says the cost of hanging and to rehang the banners is approximately $1,000. Who did that go to? I've been asking this several times. I'd like an answer. $1,000. Just, I don't know, was somebody's needed money for a weekend hotel? I mean, I don't know. Marin sanitary street sweeping went to $7,841, which is why is it more than the $6,000 that it was previously? That's a 33% increase. Is that because of the increased street sweeping during the winter? Who's Linda Harper? There are checks written to Linda Harper. I don't recognize her name. I couldn't see in the notes what she does. And once again, the minutes are incorrect. They're inaccurate. This has been going on for months. Hire a court reporter. A court reporter can take down everything. It says on the meeting notes at the bottom that things must be brought up in the town at town council meetings to be used for legal reasons in the future. There's nothing there. It's inaccurate. Why do you continue to insist that the minutes of the meetings be inaccurate?
Thank you. Next, please.
Deb London, my comment has to do with the same thing, the 3D, approving the minutes for December 4th and the 18th, 2024. This was the meeting directly following the November 5th landslide election, where we replaced 2 town council members with Mike and Frank, and we also smoked the election on the Measure I and shot down paralyzing rent control, not only in Fairfax, but in San Anselmo and Larkspur. And I, along with probably 3,000 other residents of Fairfax who voted Mike and Frank in and shot down Measure I, voted yes to repeal those draconian rent controls. I think the 3,000 of us would like to see the results of that election chiseled in stone tablets. And at the very least, put into these minutes. There are no election results in these minutes. You guys barely acknowledged the election and its results. And chisel them in stone forever, to be forever memorialized. It's really important to a whole lot of us. So pull that until you can correct and include important information in those meetings. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Council. One thing that's now been cited a couple times, I too would like to see our election results, no problem, certified. And I believe that Michelle resigned, and Michelle didn't do this. And I mean, I appreciate Christine, but as a deputy town clerk and not with an acting overseeing town clerk, we didn't have a town clerk. And you've appointed a town clerk who is absent. We need to have our new officers properly sworn in. We need to have our election results certified by the clerk. Yes, the number count is certified by the county, but that's given back to the town. In fact, I asked Dan Miller about this by December 5th, so it'd be certified by our town clerk. So again, the offensive word, we're derelict in our duties. And these are important things. We have 2 council members that are allocating their time to help our town, and they're not getting the proper recognition they should. I think that's really disgraceful. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick question, Christine? I believe we certified the election results, did we not?
We did. We certified it through resolution,
Okay. Right.
council resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that it has been certified. And so I don't know. I guess now we can maybe discuss, have a motion. It's consent calendar, so we need a motion.
I think you have to see if there's anybody on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
There's nobody on Zoom.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item E, which was already taken up, and minus item F.
A second.
If I may comment on the motion. If, on the December 4th minutes, it refers to a resolution. It doesn't give any numbers. It doesn't have a number of a resolution. The 7 and
Right.
the votes they received. It doesn't talk about measures H, I, and J.
Do you want to
And
pull
the
this
votes they
item?
received. So a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, if someone wants to know what happened in the election of 2024 November, they went to the council minutes of December 4th where the results were all approved and were all everyone participated. There's no way they could tell what the results were.
Okay, so
It's
do
in
you
the
want to pull this
resolution.
item? Would you like to pull this
They'd
item?
have to go find the county's resolution, I guess.
No, they
Our
find
resolution.
no, they find the town's resolution. It is kept forever. It's all written out in the resolution that the council approved.
But what's the resolution number?
What is the resolution number on that now? Do you know? They're signed after they're signed.
So who's gonna know where to find that and down the road? I mean, no one's gonna know the outcome. But would it be simple just to put the vote results in?
We can put the reso in if you want. That's the official document, Frank, not the minutes. It's the resolution.
So
How about if we
this-
take out the minutes and bring them back to the next meeting?
Oh,
Correct?
they came back already.
Yeah,
Tonight.
They need to
This is the
keep
second
coming back until they're.
Can we let the clerk speak?
We can add the resolution number in. Historically, this is how the minutes regarding an election are presented. The vote count is not included in the body of the minutes. Has not happened, at least in the last 6 elections. I would be happy to input the resolution number,
The
but
resolution is,
historically, these are how the minutes are presented.
the resolution is the official document, not the minutes, the certification on the election, all of it, the measures, their council seats, all of it. It's in the resolution. That's the official document that was approved by the council. It's kept forever.
So why don't I make an amendment to my motion that to the December 4th minutes, the clerk should add the resolution number for the certification of the election.
I'd second that.
In the packet was the Marin County Elections Department General Election November 5th, 2024 official final results. And it lists the measures and the candidates. Does the Fairfax resolution list the measures and the
Okay, so do
candidates?
we want to pull
It
this?
does. It most certainly does.
Because I think if we're going to go into extensive discussion, we're going to need to pull
think
that.
So I made a motion, it was seconded. Can we do the vote? please?
Councilmember Ager.
So this is a vote on the consent with the minutes or
With
without?
the minutes and saying that
The
on the
resolution.
December 4th minutes, the clerk will add the resolution number for the certification of the election.
I'd actually rather see the numbers.
Vote no.
7 candidates and the 3 measures. I'll vote no.
Okay,
Councilmember Garanghelli.
No.
Councilmember Kohler.
yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. And I'm just going to note, my election results were not included in the minutes of that election, so it's only fair. Okay, so we're going to move on to future agenda items. And I wanted to note that, we have several things on the docket. And we also have a lot of things that are just the regular business of the town that we need to address each meeting, which are, generated often by staff. And so we do tend to have a lot of stuff. And as you can see, our meetings go very late. We have on the docket right now that probably in April, if it's possible to get the material together fast enough, we'll be starting the conversation about charter cities. We also have on our docket a discussion of park rules, which I think, if I understand correctly, we have kind of on hold because we are in litigation about park stuff. We had something about Fire Station 21, which we have discussed once and will probably discuss many times in the future. Do we have other things now that people want to add to future agendas? So I'm going to say I'd like to add a discussion about how the minutes are kept because I'm having some concern about the amount of money that it costs to produce these detailed minutes and the amount of controversy the interpretation causes. And I don't know if anyone else is interested in that, but let's put that out there. Future agenda items.
Is cannabis going to be on the docket in the short term?
If through the mayor, if I may. So as part of the manager's report, I was planning on letting you know that we have been approached by 2 potential cannabis businesses, one being Lynette Shaw and the other being Martin Kaufman as the owners. And so that is in play. I don't know whether it will be ready in April, but we are working on that. So I want to make sure that the council's aware of that. Did that answer your question?
Planning Commission first.
Would it go to?
It didn't last time.
That question been answered or no?
Well, I guess, can we just go to that part of your report? Wouldn't opening the application?
Right. There is
that- it goes
there
to
is
the-
an
that's a
application.
planning commission process and then.
There's a whole process in the
Right.
code about
Okay.
scoring applications. accepting
Okay, so that's
applications.
depending on when they can prioritize it at the planning commission, then it would come to, so it's a ways out.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question about this process. There might be something that comes up tomorrow. Can any one of us, and I hope we could actually come up to you and say, hey, there's something else I want to put on the agenda tomorrow or Monday? You go through the weekend, someone approached you. You remembered something else. I don't think this process is the best. The way we're doing this. There's, it's not that late tonight, but generally speaking, it's very late. I would think that whether Stephanie wants to put something on the agenda or Frank or any one of us, I don't think that we should be voting 3-2 or 5-0. I mean, I don't think we should have to vote to put something on the agenda.
Yeah. So, if I may, the council as a whole, whether you do it by vote or any other process, needs to weigh in on where the town is spending its resources. So introducing a new item introduces a spend of resources, right? We're doing research, we're producing a report, we're appearing here. So that is something that that's part of why we talked about goals, right? Is so that we can understand as a staff where you want us to go so that we can make progress on that. And we know that, from time to time, issues come up and the council as a whole will want to, grapple with those issues. That's the purpose of new agenda items on the agenda, is so that you can talk, because you cannot talk to each other outside of this public noticed meeting. But I don't have the authority to take from one council member, go off and do this project. Because that's
okay,
resources.
I'd like to add something for consideration to the next meeting. Is that okay? Can I do that?
We can't specify which meeting, but it can be a future agenda item.
That's what I meant. If we're talking about, well, okay, it's not the next meeting? Okay, maybe someday you might consider doing this. I mentioned this before, but this has a little bit different twist to it. A budget oversight committee, but the focus is on our streets, finding money for our streets in our budget, finding out exactly, because no one seemed to know the answer tonight, find out exactly what what monies are supposed to be being used for streets, what money's actually being used for streets, and what other monies can we add to being used to fix streets and infrastructure. Because once again, and that's one thing, a lot of, not dark lights, but the dark sky ordinances, but budget is something that's on people's minds, not dark skies. And we get people, some sort of small committee of people that know what they're doing, hopefully, and maybe even some construction kind of people. And we try to make some sense of as to how to get streets paved quicker, things fixed quicker. It's a very slow process so far. Oh, and this is a little bit different, but the Ross Valley Sanitary District is going to be doing a lot of work in the fall. How extensive is it? Is it going to interrupt all the businesses on Broadway and others, maybe Bolinas as well? Because we've all seen construction done at these places where literally small retail stores go out of business because of construction. So what kind of detail, what do we know about the construction work to replace the sewer lines on Broadway?
And are you asking a question of staff now, or are you making?
Well, I'd like to add it to the agenda if we need to talk about it, because merchants won't know what hit them. We don't have any idea what the scope of the project is. I've heard, I've seen projects that are huge and people go out of business. And then I've been told, but I don't know for a fact that, oh, no, they, you know,
Okay, so-
it's a very simple process. I
This-
don't think so.
You know, so I think one of the things I'm just going to put out there is that we do meet with the Chamber of Commerce, and this has been discussed recently, like really recently. But, you know, it's something we could think about
Well,
putting
I'd
on.
like to- I'm
Could
glad-
you put it in your town manager report? I
I
mean,
think the council should know about it. I'm glad the chamber heard about it before the council, but I like to know about it. I think it's
and I
it's
also
a
need to
worthy discussion.
say, I usually, when I meet with the Chamber of Commerce, if there are important discussions, I try to put them in my council member report. And of course, I don't have them for this month yet because we haven't done our March council member reports, but I did for last month.
Your mic's not on.
If it would be helpful, thank you. Yeah, so this was something that was raised at the meeting with the mayor and the chamber. And I connected the chamber to Ross Valley Sanitary District and invited the GM to visit the chamber at their next meeting, which is Tuesday. And he is sending a engineer representative to talk with the chamber. So I believe that information will be provided directly to the chamber membership.
This, to me, first of all, the chamber, I love them. I started that chamber 30 years ago. There's about 20 members in it, okay? The council needs to know what's going on in town. That's my humble opinion. I don't know why we wouldn't. And that's it sounds major to me. You see pink stripes all up and down the road. We need to know what's going on.
So I think, I mean, one of the things that would be great is it can be in the it can be in the manager's report for a meeting. It can also be in the town council updates that the town manager sends out to us every week. I think that would be a good place to address it. I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow, but it's coming up. I think your suggestion.
It is a
So
major.
is your suggestion that we add to the agenda presentation on
Yeah,
the
there's two things I
sewer
want on the
replacement?
agenda. One is that, and the other one is the Budget Oversight Committee with its major focus on getting money to fix our streets. That's the money that's sitting in our budget that we can find. Prioritize.
Okay. Mayor, could I say a couple words over here?
Sure.
Why don't we just ask the head of the Ross Valley Sanitary District to come to a future meeting and let them tell us just exactly what they're going to do, and it'll give our merchants the opportunity to come down here and listen to what's going to go on. I mean, that's one way we can find out, by having, we don't have to spend any staff time or money, just have them come to our meeting and explain what they're going to do in Fairfax and how much they're going to repave and what's going to be the impact on our merchants.
Okay, so does that sound
Have
like,
them come to
does
the
that
meeting.
sound feasible for?
Does that make
just out of
sense?
question, I'm asking the
Yes.
staff. That seems
Yes,
sensible.
I've made notes on both of the items that Councilmember Karen Gelly mentioned, and I can easily make that invitation as Councilmember Egger suggested. And I will let you know,
When they
when
can
they're
make it.
available.
Okay. Well, may I add one more thing, Mayor? On the consent calendar, the only thing I was objecting to was the December 4th minutes. I don't know did I vote against the whole consent calendar? Can I make a clarification on my vote that it was just a no on the December 4th minutes? I'm not voting against the whole consent calendar. Is that possible? No? Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so just
Okay.
for clarification, then I think in the future, when we will try to remember that when people don't agree with one thing, but they agree with the rest of it, that we maybe can vote separately. I think we've done that before, right? So that would be a good way to address this kind of issue where we're not in agreement about every single item. So thanks for bringing that up. That would have been a good strategy.
Okay, I've got a proposal for a future agenda item. I know we've got it in the goals that we adopted tonight, but the problem is that's got to go through a whole budget process, and I'm not sure if we'll get to some of those things this year. We're about to come into the season for our the festivals coming up. We've got our farm program coming up. farmers market coming up. And we actually need to look at some pedestrian safety issues downtown. If we can just see it any time, we need I suggested that we set up some kind of a committee of staff and some merchants and some folks to look at downtown Fairfax. We could use a crosswalk at Mono. We could use a crosswalk at Sherman, because during farmers market and the festival, people are crossing there, but there's no crosswalk. And then there's no crosswalk between Park and Cascade Drive. That's a long stretch, and all those folks who live on the west side of Bolinas Road, I guess you call it the west side, they've got no way to cross the street. We used to have a crosswalk at Creek Road at one time.
I want to mention that
I'm just suggesting that.
I just want to say that we are supposed to have a bicycle pedestrian advisory committee that we're getting funding for that would address things like that, and that should be coming up. I don't know when we get the funding, but we should be forming a bicycle pedestrian advisory committee, right?
Yes.
The downtown is, and the parking and all the stuff Frank mentioned, it's very important. And it's kind of looking a little shabby out there. And I think we should, yeah, it doesn't look that good. And I think we should get together. I do think we need to have more robust discussions and get the information out there and solve some problems, because I guess I didn't realize that, like there was, I know it's 11 o'clock, but
Okay, we're going to have to do our 11
fullest
o'clock.
packet on earth. So we need
Yeah,
to
we still made it huge.
we need to address, there's a lot of issues in town that we need to fix and try to fix. So I think that's the type of thing that Frank wants to put on, or I want to put on too. We need to get this on the agenda.
Right, and I just want to mention, we
Get it
will
going.
have a.
And
we
I
will
don't want
have
it to depend on the
such a
bicycle committee to do it.
That is the designated committee to deal with those things. So, you may not agree with that, but that we actually do have a formal process for addressing those things. So we have a number of items that people want to put on future agendas. I'm not sure if you had an item or not.
By the way, as a merchant, I believe that it's more of a merchant's concern than the bicycle committee.
It's not just bicycles, it's about walkability and safety on streets. So, it addresses a number of different things. I was on the 2016 Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and we talked quite a lot about intersections downtown for pedestrians. And we had on our committee a person who'd actually been hit downtown. So it covers a lot more than, it's not just a bike thing. In fact, in San Jose, I think they call it Active Transportation Committee, and they look at all kinds of aspects. So we had a whole slew of things that people want to put on there. I just want to note that we just said it's comment that this is not that full an agenda. It's not that full an agenda, and here we are at 11 o'clock at night. So the more stuff we add to agendas, the later it goes into the night and the more that people complain. And so what I'm trying to walk the line with here as mayor is that people want to be heard. So I let people kind of go over tonight and talk a lot. And then we all talked a lot about, and we pulled things off the agenda and whatever. So then we ended up with a meeting that went till 11 o'clock and ticking. So we just want to keep in mind that we're trying to come up with some sort of balance, because we have complaints about going too long and then complaints about not being heard. So, we're just trying to reach a balance there. Now we have on top of some of the other items, including a park committee to discuss park rules, and a charter city thing, which if we approve moving forward, will take months and months and months and many, many council meetings. There's a proposal that we have a budget oversight committee for streets and roads, that we have somebody come from Ross Valley Sanitary District and give a presentation about the sewer replacement project. I have suggested we have a discussion of adopting action minutes. And I really think that the bike ped thing, we can talk about if you want to have a special committee for downtown, but we actually are going to have a committee that does this. I don't want to have duplicative efforts going on. So, we could all talk about which of these we think we should move forward with and which ones we don't want.
Well, I guess on the, what is it, the city, what's the one that you want?
Charter City.
Thank you, Charter City. On that one, when you say it's going to take months and months and months, I mean, what I was hoping for, because I know very little about the pros and cons and value of, being a charter city versus not. I guess that's what I was hoping for
That's what it'll be. I mean, that's what it'll be. It's just if we
and
decide to move
it's-
forward.
That, right, if we decide to move forward. Okay.
No, just we're doing this future agenda items, so we need to deliberate amongst ourselves.
So
Okay.
what are you asking for? The prioritization?
Well,
among
yes,
the
we
ones
had
that
a bunch, people wanted a bunch of things on the agenda.
Yeah.
And, we have in the past voted on them for whatever reason that makes people really upset. I have to mention that we have voted on them and that has not precluded any council member for getting things. In fact, I think I'm the only one that's put something forward that didn't get on there. Well, actually, Mike did, but, both council member Garanghelli and council member Egger now have things on upcoming agendas. So, it's not like they've been blocked, as I keep seeing on social media. How do we want to proceed with deciding about this numerous slate
So
of
I don't think
potential
that's the
items?
point of this evening tonight. Why don't we collect all these and then they can't all go on the next agenda. So I think, I maybe this is disrespectful, but I would really like us to move on to the town manager's report. Why don't we put those in the hopper, see where they shake out, rather than having a debate about each
Okay.
one of them?
Then let's do that. We'll do that way.
Well, and I have
We're
a
gonna-
suggestion for the mic thing.
Yes, go ahead. Good. Good.
So Mike or Councilmember Garanghelli, your suggestion around like what are we spending on streets today? What do we need? Where, all of that you want to get out and you don't want to wait till the fiscal year planning session, right? Because that's in May, right? You want to do that sooner than later, right?
2 months.
Well, okay. Yeah. So that information is available. So you can meet with Heather, you can meet with, yeah. So the how much we spend on streets is, I would agree, it's not easy to find. It's in different places in the budget, but that is available. You don't need to agendize that. But what I was going to suggest is maybe we carve out an hour, or, if we really want to focus session on how much can we shave here to you want to find 2 million. I would be amazed if we could do that, but that would be great. That would be a drop in the bucket of what we need, which is what the bond was going to fund. But anyway, back to my suggestion, maybe we carve out a portion of the day for that exercise.
For the April budget meeting, because I do have a sheet that it was presented to me by
That's
finance
April
staff.
18th. Before we know it, it'll be here.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I just say we put that into the April 18th as a detailed part of our budget negotiations, because we do have, I sat with the financial staff and they presented to me all of that information, so.
Yeah. Are you following what I'm suggesting, Mike? Are you following? You're following what I said, rather than you're gonna get it before it gets on the agenda, is my point is. We have a meeting next month, and I'm suggesting we put it on that discussion.
Yes, okay.
And the questions that I asked them, and even they didn't know the answer.
No, but in fairness to Mr. Vivrette, so he manages all the funds and the money that's coming in and out, but
I know
he
how
doesn't
it's
manage
done.
the actual projects,
understand.
right?
I'm just
So
saying.
it would have been fair to ask someone from Public Works.
But yeah, so we'll add that. Can we just note that we want to have a detailed section in our budget discussion that clarifies what's happening with the road funding? That would be great.
And by the way,
Yes.
just one last thing I'll say about all that, and I appreciate it going to the next meeting very much. But it's not like it's a secret. I've been asking for it 6 months before Election Day. In other words, this has been a top of my mind. And so now we're here. April it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Okay, work that one out. Do I need to take public comment on future agenda items? I didn't think that was a necessity. So can we move on to the town manager's report? Thank you. No, I think we need to just get done with the meeting. You've commented quite a bit, and I respect your comments, but I just think we need to move on. So it's not the law. Can we please move on? I think we have an attorney.
yeah.
I think we can have. I think we have an attorney who can comment on this. Can we please move on to the town manager? Can I please? Uh,
Excuse me. We are proceeding.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll wait for you to finish, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say, yeah, I'm hearing some discontent, but we do need to continue the meeting.
Okay. Yes, that's very disruptive. So for manager's report tonight, I apologize. It's a little longer than normal. I wanted to make sure and really convey a lot of information. The Chief Tabaranza, who's still sitting here with us tonight. Thank you for doing that. I know your day starts very early. The chief participated in the U.S. Fire Administration evacuation tabletop exercise today. You may see that in the news. That was more than a regional effort that was started at the national level. And we're very happy that we were able to participate. Next Wednesday, 3/11, at 11 a.m., Mayor Blash and I will be doing coffee with the mayor and manager for an hour at Amelie Restaurant, and we encourage residents to drop by and chat. Lauren Umbertus is no longer with the town. Mark Lockaby will be filling in while I hire an interim public works director, and you should be looking for recruitment information on the town's job website in the near future. We are working on a number of items for the April council meeting, including Ross Valley Fire District. Chief Mahoney will be here to present the new California fire maps in April, and informational links are already on the town's newsletter that went out on Tuesday. Yes, he's going to present at the April regular meeting, which is April 2nd. Fairfax PD has been working with other Marin jurisdictions on a model e-bike ordinance, and we want to share services with Mill Valley for remedial education. And so we anticipate Mill Valley's council will act in late March, and thus facilitating Fairfax's council consideration for the model ordinance in April. So we hope that timing will work out, because we want to make sure we're aligned there and we can keep those services very efficient and less costly. We plan to bring back the chamber's street closure events, hopefully for April for council consideration. We talked about that earlier. That's the park committee or commission rather, will interview new artisan residence candidates March 10th, and the council will then be asked to approve park's recommendations for the new artisan residents at the April 2nd meeting. And we will also have at that meeting a proclamation for Susan Pascal Baran, who is leaving the artisan residence program but remaining with FOSC. And then also in April, we plan to have a letter of support for energy efficiency requested by MCE and Councilmember Kohler. And we recently received a resident petition regarding road condition on Archangel, so that could come to the April meeting. I did have some correspondence with them, so we'll want to double check and make sure they still want to come. Then other things, not necessarily in April, but we are collecting information about charter cities and hoping to bring that item as an informational item in April if there's time. We're also compiling information regarding a Citizens Academy and hope to bring that to the council's consideration soon. And as you recall, those items were on the council's goals. We have had, as I mentioned, 2 inquiries from cannabis businesses, one owned by Lynette Shaw and one owned by Martin Kaufman. So as soon as we have more information, we'll bring that back to the council. But there is a robust program for those applications and where those businesses can and cannot be located. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have asked again for the School Street owners who provided a preliminary application to host a town hall type meeting where they could get input from residents about what they'd like to see, what their concerns are, have that discussion, hopefully before those applicants bring in a full proposal. So that has not been lost on us, and we'll continue to push for them to come before the community and really hear the community out.
Can I add some input on your agenda there? Town manager's
It's
report. I have a
just
comment on the town
informational.
manager's report. Nice report, by the way. But one of the, I feel anyway, the most glaring differences between what we've been doing since we got here, Frank and myself, and what we were doing 24 years ago, 28 years ago, and up to 20 years ago. We were involved with helping, along with you, hiring people at top level, talking about managements. We hired the chief, fire chief, the chief of police. We hired Ken Hughes. We hired Mark Lockaby. We hired a lot of people. Frank can comment more on it than I, because he was there longer than me. But I think we really need to be more involved as a town council with this process. And we would sit in the room and there'd be a bunch of people and the town manager would be there and we'd all take turns asking the applicants questions. It would be narrowed down to whoever, 2, 3 people. I really think we need to get more involved with this as council members, because we're not, I just think that's the way it should be. We're not just window dressing. We need to be more involved with this type of decision making.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And, I don't know if we need to talk about this because it's, a long and involved item, but there are legal issues involved with how we hire and things have changed. So,
No, they have.
no, not right now. It's okay. It's okay. We have an attorney here. We don't need this. No, Michael, no. Michael, no. Michael, I'd like to hear from the attorney. Michael, I would like to hear from the attorney. Hi. Okay. Can I confer with the town attorney first? Thank you. Okay, so can you first off clarify, his question, but also clarify this question of hiring? Because I don't think that we can legally do this process.
I don't think we should talk about that right now.
It's not, yeah.
That's
okay.
not an issue that we should talk about right now, but
Right,
we're in
okay.
conformance with the law as far as the agenda goes.
Right, thank you.
And so I think we're now at adjournment.
Okay, so I'd like to adjourn the meeting